she's a hurt machine. Fuck the world since 17.
And break through some of this defense. Overclock does get taken out.
And play to use that Death Blossom. This is what we were talking about.
Had to commit that beat drop, but a reroll immediately from Jim.
And SK's actually the one on the hunt. Pocket from Wicca. Fun is not being taught. An army of one. And they have one last chance. And that's what we love to see. It's a shiny sticker from them. Thought they could get an extra push. Well, no more pushing no more.
What is up, everybody? I am excited to finally head into some Overwatch. Listen, it has been a while. You guys have been waiting a while to see some of this Radiant Heroes Major coming up. My name is Gompers. I'm a not-so-familiar face, but with a very familiar face, Thibble. I mean, listen, this is exciting. Calling All Heroes is back. Last year, we had Calling All Heroes program hosted throughout the fall with the Challengers Cup and the Caster Camp, which was awesome. By the way, you got to learn a lot of things from people like Zoe, or even just, you know, people you admire in Overwatch. But the Challengers Cup was our our competitive circuit featuring 2 qualifier events and a championship tournament where Altiora Artemid ran away as the first Calling All Heroes champion ever. I mean, that's exciting, and we finally get to see another champion quite soon. But the Speaker Series was a resource for marginalized gender identities to learn from Overwatch League broadcast talent on how to improve and get their foot in the door in casting in a safe environment. But Pibble, listen, the Calling All Heroes ecosystem looks a little bit different this year. What's the program looking like?
Yeah, I mean, a lot stayed the same, but so much has changed at the same time and grown at the same time. We have a whole year-ish. I can't do math. I'm not going to do it right now, but we have, look at all this stuff on the calendar. Look at all these pretty colors. We've got majors, we've got minors, we've got last chance qualifiers. We have this amazing championship event next February. That's coming up in, do the math for me, amount of months. But in the meantime, we have all these tournaments, so much structure, potential, opportunity for these teams to step up and show us what they got. And it's all kicking off here today, our first games of the year. Ooh, I'm getting all tingly thinking about it. Last year was so much fun, right? There were so many amazing parts of this brand new system that gets brought in. Calling All Heroes hit like a meteor. It was doing so well. The numbers were so good. Everyone was talking about it. The games were so much fun. And if this year is anything like that, we're going to be good, but something tells me it's going to be even better.
I feel like it is. Listen, and what's better than giving marginalized gender identities a chance to shine where they rightfully should? I mean, listen, we have some incredible talent today that is ready to showcase their skills. I'm ready for it as well. We got to see some of that last year. We got to build up some of those storylines, but we are building them up again today, Thibble, and that's as exciting as it can get, right? So this is what the schedule is looking like. We got 3 days of just pure Overwatch, and I love myself some Overwatch.
Yeah, you know, me too, funnily enough. We were discussing how long we've each been around, and both of us have followed the game, you know, at varying degrees at varying times over the years now, that we can say this game is almost 6 years old. Bananas. Again, I won't do the math. It might be more than that, but like, it's been around for a while, so we've developed this love for the game, and seeing it come through in this new format with new opportunities for people, like you said, greatly deserve it. I mean, that's a treat. We've got a whole weekend of games here coming up. We've got the Swiss stage on our first 2 days, top 16, move on to playoffs, and there's some prizes on the line. We're in this new circuit. There's a new system. There's points. You need those points to qualify for championships, and to get into champs, you need to be showing up at majors like this one. This is the first of a couple. So this is really the chance now to like stake your mark early, right? First place walking away 900 points towards that qualifying. And of course, $5,000. It's $5,000. We love that here. So teams now, like the system is concrete in how you can make your way to the end of the road. And I hope teams see that as a huge motivator, because like it's all there for you. You just got to go take it.
Yeah, it really is right in front of you, right? And, we come into this, and some of these players have actually played against each other, probably formed a team with the people they've played against, and really made this new connection. So, looking into this as well, that's also something exciting, is really kind of feeling out what teams work well together. And, we talked a little bit about Altiora, and that
Yeah,
team
we
in
have.
particular, there's a lot of teams going on over there, but they have placed, at least last year, in the top 4 consecutively. So, I feel like overall the name does not carry lightweight.
No, no, not at all. I mean, and that's literally one of the teams coming up in our first match, which we'll get to in a bit. But Altiora, yeah, it's not just a team; it's a system. It's
Yeah.
it's a monolith, except there's more than one. All of those teams were doing so well, putting up competitive showings every qualifier, every event. We talk about top 4, like to consistently place up in that top 4, and frankly usually even a little bit higher, like that speaks a lot, I think, to their organizational prowess. But it's a new year and we have a lot of new teams. Like you said, teams are shuffling around, teams are doing whatever they feel they need to do to field the
Yep.
best possible rosters. We've got contenders teams jumping in, we even have an Overwatch team coming in, Nixel Academy showing up a little later here in our show, that I'm very excited to see. Like, all eyes are on Calling All Heroes as we look towards this map pool here. It's got some fun ones. It's got all of your favorites, unless you don't like these, in which case, sorry, dude. See you next time. I'm excited to see just how teams either, maybe they have some crazy pocket picks. Maybe they just pull from
Yep.
their favorites. Statistically, folks, we're getting King's Row, but you never know.
Yeah. Listen, King's Row is a popular one.
It's so good. I can't blame them.
But overall, I mean, I'm liking the format. I'm liking what we're looking at. I'm liking the map pools. But another thing for me is, listen, there have been some updates with some heroes, whether it be nerfs, whether it be changes, whether it be a new meta that might actually be cooking up, which is you smell that? It smells pretty good. I feel like we're going to see some interesting stuff. I mean, as far as we know, right, Life Weaver, unfortunately, is not going to be played in this particular tournament. So that's not something that we're going to be able to see. So, when we are looking at something like that, and it feels like it could shift eventually, what we're probably going to see in terms of heroes. But for now, I feel like there's only one character that I can think of that might slowly pace things.
Yeah. So I mean, we've got we're on live, I guess, right? Is kind of the best way to put it here. We are on the live patch with all of the recent changes that came through, and there were a lot of them. I won't go over all of them now because we have to get to the game at some point. But a big one, I think, is the inclusion of Ramatra. This is going to be the first time we see that hero in Calling All Heroes. Lifeweaver's gone. They're still working on them, man. They got to figure out which button does what, which I get. That's a whole thing. It's a whole process they got to get through to get that guy polished up. But Ramatra is ready to go. We've seen him in the Pro-Am already. We've seen him in invitationals and kind of smaller scale tournaments over the offseason. Like, he's already made his mark on the meta in such a big way. You're seeing teams try and lean towards him, experiment with him. Where does he work on this map or this comp or that comp? And this is now these teams and this system's opportunity to show what they can do with him.
Yeah, and honestly, I've been seeing a lot of Ramatra lately, and rightfully so. I feel like with something so new, you want to try to pick at it and find the capabilities, find what it can do for your team. And that's what I really like, is that it really does feel experimental a lot of the times in tournaments, especially Calling All Heroes, where everybody really just wants to find that comfort spot. And again, might just be able to see that. But what I'm more interested in is where those comforts lie for particular people. Now, if you know, obviously we're going to see two teams play against each other, and that's Unironic versus Altiora Summit. We talked about Altiora before, Thibble, and listen, again, that name holds some heavy weight.
Yeah, it does. I mean, this is an organization that has dedicated itself to fielding the best possible teams wherever they go. Consistent high performances in Calling All Heroes, showing up day in and day out. The resources and logistics required to run one team, let alone multiple, speaking from experience, folks, it's a lot. So bravo to the Altiora system, like all the folks behind the curtains here making this work, but also to these players who show up day in and day out to give us some pretty amazing games. We have a great roster here setting up. We got Snorty, Oh, I love all the names. We get to go through all the fun names, starting with Snorty. You got
Snorty.
Starfight. You got Nubeki. You got Kaiser. You have Elusive Hunter. I've never seen a 2-word username, but I love that so much. And I can only expect good things from this team.
Yeah, I mean, they have kind of, again, when you're looking at what their history is with this particular organization, not the team in particular, but you know, before when we talked about those victors coming up from Altiora, you know, it does carry kind of a weight on you, and you do have these expectations, these shoes to fill, but I feel like they will do absolutely just fine against our next team, which is going to be unironic. And listen, again, this team, more so one of these people who really are going to try to carry some of that heavy weight. I'm seeing a Widowmaker. I'm liking the Widowmaker main. That's honestly, personally, one of my favorites. But, you know, more so coming into this one, Thibble, what are we expecting from this team?
I am expecting sheer chaos from this roster, and I'll tell you why. Yep. Just looking at this graphic, right? We got 2 players named after Pokemon, so you already know they're just gonna, you know, these guys are gamers to the core. I also want to shout out all the way over to the right side of the graphic here, Nyansox. Full disclosure, I've been in the Overwatch League ecosystem. This is not to toot my horn. This is important background information. I've worked for the Florida Mayhem. I've worked for the London Spitfire. I've done a lot of TikTok stuff for them. And Nyansox has actually been one of my like assistants, like worker, freelancer, like content creator people for years at this point. She's phenomenally funny. She's really good at what she does. I hope she's good at Lucio. Sox, I'm telling you now, if you Ajax on my cast, you're never gonna live it down. So I want from this team, like, you're running into this big established name. I want a team like Unironic to show us, like, we're just going to go crazy. We're going to play our game. We're not going to let them get comfortable. We're not going to let them rest on their laurels, so to speak. We're still going to give them that good fight because we're just insane. And that's just how we want to play the game. That's the kind of energy I want from them as we look at our first map here.
You know what? Now I feel like the pressure's on. Nyansox, I think you're going to have to... You're going to have to really bring it.
I believe.
But yeah, I mean, listen, we're looking at that first pick here, going to control.
Oh. Sounds to me like I may have lost Gomper. Gompers is gone. So we're getting into Ilios here. We'll get her back in a sec. I think it's a little mic disconnect thing. Did I hear you again there, Gompers? Nope. Okay, we're good. Getting on Ilios. Don't quite know where we're starting just yet. This is just a little flyover, some pretty visuals for you. Viewfinders looking out over the Aegean Sea. This is a great map, an historic kind of control map here. Most of them are, you know, these were a lot of like the original release maps. They have a lot of history, a lot of great matches played on Ilios here. So I'm excited to see what teams can bring out. Like we were talking about kind of at top of the show, there's so many different things teams could be running. We've seen some Ryan, we've seen some Winston, we've seen Ramatra, we've seen like Kaluge on the Diva, which is kind of just a Kaluge thing, but at the same time, I'm down. Like, I'd be down for that. Even if you go back as far as like Run It Back China, which was one of the last events I casted, we were seeing like Doomfist a good amount, you know, like getting a little Dante vibe. Gompers, do I hear you back on the mic?
I am.
There we go. Hello.
I love the mic. Sorry. It kind of left me for a second.
I love it so much you tried to run away.
Yeah, the game was going to start and it was like, nah, I don't want to hear this.
Yeah, you were just doing the pre-show, right? And then Thibble was going to solo cast the rest of it? That's what
I think that was the plan. But
Jeez,
listen,
please.
different plans, though, obviously, coming into play. We're starting off, obviously, on Ilios, and I'm more so excited for this because this is one of my favorite map picks that you could possibly choose.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's already interesting.
Yeah, so we got 30 seconds here. Obviously, the teams are probably going to be fooling around with their compositions. I'm not going to really seriously get into the jump orb I'm seeing from Altiora Summit. If they run out of spawn with it, we'll maybe talk. But for now, I think they're all going to flick their DPI switches and just hit all of the breakable panels and do whatever they do. Maybe I can see a couple of these maybe taking shape as we start to get into it. The Diva from Frostlass I think is pretty cool. Snorty over on the Ramatra to start would make a lot of sense. You've been seeing it a lot, like in the Pro-Am and stuff like that. The Sombra as well. And that's Symmetra swapping back over to a Tracer for Real. Pretty standard pick for that early TP as they take a quick high ground.
Yeah, Yeah, it's already looking interesting too, right? Unironic trying to take that high ground, just giving into those skills and allowing that team to really push in towards that site. The biggest worry for me right now is that, you know, we've already collected the site, the point as a whole here for Altior Summit. Now they just got to keep it at this point with, you know, shots already coming down. The biggest thing for me is I'm liking that Bastion. The damage could definitely come through. They just really got to find that opening, especially with all these close corners coming in.
It actually looks like a quick swap back off of that Bastion. Now Gardevoir over onto the Echo as Elusive Hunter got that early pick to secure early percentage for Summit. Frostlash trying to find an opening, trying to just hold a little space around this Diva. Has to be careful not to get D-Neck with all this damage coming through. Hunter goes low and forces a Suzu out to Kaiser, actually. We're crossing 20% though, and still no major contest.
Which is good enough for them. Already with the Tracer, trying to make some damage. And listen, Tracer's a very, very hard hero to try to connect with. It feels like that's what's showing right now. Not able to make the connections, not able to assist with the team, and overall really just losing out on this fight. And this fight was big. It allowed them the point here coming through from Altior Summit. They keep themselves intact, and now you've got some pushback coming through. And this is big. We talked about the Ramada and Ramatra, and we're seeing it live in action, how well it can play into that push pool.
Yeah, once you really establish yourself, Ramatra's such a good, like, hard point control character. Throwing the shield out, immediately popping a Ravenous Vortex right in front of it. It's like, you're not going to walk up to me, dude. It's not going to happen. Starfire going over to the Torbjorn here. As we see, I almost expected Whip to swap with that Kitsune Rush, but I suppose not. Unironic making another attempt here. Some ults coming online. They're going for an early pick here. Reality manages to get 38 HP.
The Torbjorn to me is an interesting pick, which, you know, I'm kind of digging it right now. They're keeping the point on lockdown. Exactly what you need to do right now. Losing out in the fight, though, right? You already miss out on some of that DPS damage, and look what happens now. You miss the fight, and you lose the point.
Yeah, that one I feel like Summit just took a little too much dip on that chip, right? You try and push out, you try and not let Unironic kind of establish a beachhead to then attack the point. But with that early pick coming through from Reality, you lose a lot of your point control. The turret goes down, cannot be replaced. Torbjorn's damage in and of itself is pretty impressive if you get him in the right spot. So suddenly that pick really opens you up, and Unironic were able to quickly take advantage of that. They used a couple ultimates. That self-destruct got a kill. The duplicate, I don't think got too much. But Reality already with another pulse bomb goes out, doesn't get anything, but still looking for those openings again. Wants to maintain control. It's already 84% for Altiora, so they need to make this switch.
Yeah, I feel like the way things are looking right now, unfortunately, not going to be able to do much as that Tracer is going to have to find another way to give in some of that damage to assist. But you can see, right, the support really knocking down on that Diva, giving into some of that space, trying to keep the point right now, especially if they lose this fight. Altiora, they have themselves a possible dub, pushing it back down. Already boot, and this is perfect. Actually opens up things so nicely to the point where now the Ramada can't do anything, and they're left alone to fight things off for themselves.
Socks here with a good fight. Shout out to Socks. We love her here. That was a boot, a zoning boot, and a pretty good sound barrier to keep them in the fight after losing both of their DPS early. You started that fight at 34%, and you're about to equalize here as well. So a full minute almost of control, thanks to some heads-up play between Frostlass and Socks. Whipped as well. I don't want to, throw anybody under the bus there. It wasn't anyone's fault. But like some major standout performances in that fight. And Kaiser sitting on the flank, looking for a cheeky little back cap situation as we get into the 90% here.
Yeah, not doing much though. You can see the ultimate popped out. Coming through from the Kiriko now. Okay, Altiora Summit utilizing their abilities to make sure that they can keep themselves locked down and barely missing out on that damage. It's just a battleground. Two big, brawny people just fighting it out to the death, and nobody goes down until the other says so. Now it looks like Altiora Summit, right? They've lost that really big impact that really kept things together with the Ramatra, and they lost that fight. Just the consistent 2 fights back to back there from Unironic allowed them this opportunity.
And I mean, that's so emblematic of Control, right? We talk a lot about, whoever wins the first fight is like 65 or 70% likely to win the whole round on Control. But the times that that's not true, like this one, are when you can bring it back, whatever. They've got 85%, who cares? Here's what we're going to do, right? They approached their control of the point with such a solid plan Their mechanics, obviously, they're popping off. They're clicking heads. They're doing things they need to do. Their ultimate cycling, though, I think is really what got them there, right? Sox is popping off with a pretty good beat across those fights. Just keep people sustained. Just get people back in fights. Make sure that they're approaching them at full strength, which is so big. The duplication there at the end, the first one I didn't think got too much for God of War, but the second one as Ramacher, just the pure stall, we are just rock'em sock'em robotsing each other. Like, it's the little moments, it's the clever use of those ultimates that won them that round. And that's what you need to do to pull out wins against a big team like Altiora Summit. Now Summit, I mean, you're on kind of the back foot here. You got to figure out what to do.
Yeah, and talking about pulling out wins, I feel like if we're looking at something actually perfect timing, I was about to talk about the Echo. What I really love about this is that this map in particular really gives into those spaces, those cracks and crevices that allows you as an Echo to move backwards. You see that already trying to create some of that damage and also allowing them some space because of these buildings creating those obstructions. So this is perfect for an Ironic. I mean, already winning out on that first map, now coming into this, able to control not only that space on the point, but also the extremities as well.
Yeah, so much flexibility and fluidity in your sightlines and your cover here. It's why we've often seen aerial heroes. This is one of the original, like, Pharah Mercy standby maps. But you know what deals with an aerial hero? Torbjorn. Reality getting the kill on Elusive Hunter there, but it's pretty back and forth in the kill feed.
Out of the depot already, Slash coming down, able to utilize the self-destruct. But it seems like only getting the turret. So, you leave yourself unscathed. The Kiriko ends you off. That's fine. But your team is still trying to come along. They don't want to fight this, though, without the one. Or else that would be a mistake. Making the mistake of pushing in without illusion.
Yep. Snorty left the shallow end of the pool and found out pretty quickly that was a little too deep for their tastes. Sox popping off here in the back. I'm just going to point her out all the time. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do that. The Unironic in general is having an unironically good round. I promise I won't do that too much either. They have some ults here to cycle. Summit coming online, though, with a lot of them themselves. And really, I mean, you're running into last fight territory pretty quick here. If you're not going to use these now, like, are you saving it for Overwatch 3? Let's get, like, I'm figuring, like, a nano instant here will probably get some good knowledge, but whipped with the early Kitsune Rush.
Oh, and I was excited for that, because watching them play that sneaky role there as the Tracer for Reality, allowing the pulse bomb to come through. Now we're able to see things go haywire. Monkey goes crazy. And right now, turning it back over. The Echo gaining some of that ground, gaining some of that space again. And you see it again. Unironic just consistently not allowing Altiora to even think about the possibility of gaining that point.
I mean, you get the one pick. You actually boostioed there just to make sure that they touch and stay alive, which does work, but ultimately, like, trickling back on like this is unfortunately not going to be what gets it for you. The Wrecking Ball does make it back in. The remake does not Goomba Stomp anybody, as fun as that would be. I think it's pretty much all over but the crying here on Ilios. Wow.
Yeah. Nice victory. Already starting off that first game, going towards Unironic. And is it unironic? Maybe, because it does seem like it was a well-deserved win, but we still got a little bit more to go. I feel like the biggest thing, though, that I do want to talk, oh, this boob, I remember this very, very vividly. This was immaculate coming off from here. I mean, listen, you actually said you wanted to see something come through from Neon Socks, right? And I think you got it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely putting her under the microscope for this one just because it's me. Which I promise I won't harp on that too much. This series will not be fun if all I do is talk about what she's doing in the kill feed or whatever. But unironically, that was a good map from her and from Unironic as a whole. They managed their ultimates extremely effectively. When they had control of the point, they did not let go. They were so good at taking advantage of, like, hey, the tank's just a little too far forward. We're going to get you for that. We have a Tracer on the flank. We're gonna get you with that. Like, they were consistently turning that around, making their win conditions work, fight over fight. Ultimates or not, neutral fights or not. Like, that's the kind of results you need to be pulling consistently across the map to be able to take a series from a team like this. And now they're only one map away. I mean, this is first to 2 of these series, so it's not like you have time to readjust or retool your strategies. Like, you need to turn this around immediately if you want to force a decider map for Altiora Summit. And I don't think that's necessarily where they thought they would be by the end of Ilias.
Yeah, no, me either. I feel like there was a lot of fight, but again, I talked about the echo coming through, and it really did feel like that was a major part as to the pressure that Unironic was really feeding into, and the Tracer just consistently going towards that backline, destroying it completely, and allowing themselves even more ground to cover was amazing from Unironic. But I want to talk about something else that is amazing, of course. Listen, again, I know you guys were waiting so long for the Hero Major to come through, for Calling All Heroes, but if you're enjoying the Radiant Heroes Major, you can support Radiant and all of their initiatives by buying some sweet merch at the Radiant.store if you're interested. But yeah, I mean, it's look at that. I completely forgot we had a graphic for this, but
yes,
it's
there
beautiful.
is a graphic, and it's good. I looked at those shirts and immediately was like, oh man, I'm about that. I love the design. I love sort of the starry, like, constellation sort of vibe. I think that gets a lot of mileage here in Calling All Heroes. We love a good astrology-esque shirt out here, you know? And yeah, like you said, that supports everything Radiant does. They're such a present voice and force in esports, working for initiatives like Calling All Heroes, and generally just making the scene a better place for all of us. And we need a little bit more of that. And to get a little bit more of that, sometimes you got to buy a cool t-shirt or something, you know? So go buy a cool t-shirt so we can get more of stuff like this, because that's how it happens. You tune in, you buy a t-shirt, you say, hey, that was great, and then we get more of that. That's how this works.
That is how this works. That is how this works.
It is, for sure, confirmed.
Listen. Overall, okay, all in all, kind of redirecting back over to the game, right? From Unironic versus Altiora Summit. I guess I'm wondering, from your opinion, Thibble, as the big brain analysis, bring me something on a platter. I want to hear it.
Sure.
What do you feel like? I mean, really went wrong there for Altiora. I guess I'd say in that second game, because it felt like Unironic didn't even give a chance.
Mind Palace. I got it.
Oh, okay.
I think the main thing there, as we do get our map pick, King's Row, we'll talk about that in a second. Right. Yeah, I told you guys. Did I not say? I think the main thing with Unironic is kind of what I called at the top of the show. Like, they need to be aggressive. They need to force Altiora off of their game, force them off of their usual rhythms or picks or what have you. And I think Unironic, the moment they kind of figured out, like, here's what we got. We're on point. Here's what we're going to do with it. We're going to talk this through. We're going to have a plan. Once they had that, like I said, you just couldn't get them to do anything else. They were a dog with a bone, you know, like very stubborn, very willing to change up the flow, move at a different tempo. I talk a lot about Overwatch having a certain rhythm. Team fights generally take blah blah amount of time. Regrouping generally takes blah blah amount of time. Therefore, every blah blah you get a fight. Like, that has been consistent across years and years and years of Overwatch. The teams that can do well, and the teams especially that can upset bigger seeds, are the teams that go, hey, they probably expect us to take another 10 seconds to regroup before we fight. Let's go right now. And then suddenly you're fighting. And if you're good, you can usually handle that. But if it catches you off guard, you can suddenly be like, oh, wait, how did we do what? And I think Unironic took great advantage of that. There were moments where Snorty got a little off kilter, a little staggered out, a little caught unawares, pushed a little too far forward, what have you. Reality on the flank, right? We talked about that. That's a way to break up the tempo, because if they are regrouping, when Altiora Summit was trying to figure out how to walk onto point, and you've got a Tracer in your backline already taking out your Torbjorn or dropping a pulse bomb or whatever, that's going to throw off your game.
Yeah.
So I think for Summit now, it's like, okay, we've seen what they can do. We know this team is going to play that aggressive, like, break it up sort of style. They're maybe going to have some flanky bits or go for a sniper pick even. I don't know, how much of a grasp these teams have on, like, the King's Row meta, big air quotes there. I think you just need to respect, as Summit, like, they're going to be coming at us fast. So what do we do about that? Talk that out, have a bit of a counter plan, and we could easily see this go to a third map decider.
I think we will. Reality, though, is kind of relaxing, eating
Chilling.
eating things
I saw
up.
that.
Yeah.
Having some sushi. I love that for him.
They're eating what
Go
they're
on, Zach.
cooking, because, I mean, it's flavorful right now from that last map, and I have to agree with everything you said, though, relating to Altiora Summit. It was a lot of that backline pressure that was coming through, and majority of it as well, not pushing in as a team, missing out on those opportunities, but those opportunities, are we going to see them today? Already looking at that, Reinhardt Snorty goes down, and that's not going to be a good case, because it's just consistent. Frostlass is just an overall, I mean, impeccable gameplay.
I would. This is where I would make some like cool Pokemon joke or reference. I haven't played Pokemon since like Emerald though, so Pokemon good. We love Pokemon out here. And I think honestly the big thing to talk about there is the Ramatra versus the Reinhardt. We've seen that so much in the Pro-Am. It was a big topic of like what makes a team a Reinhardt team versus a Ramatra team, or a player versus a player. And I think right now we need to see that matchup. Like, Summit needs to take advantage of what Ryan can do over Ramatra. Walk forward through the shield, get some swinging in, keep his Reinhardt alive. As a Reinhardt player, I feel for Snorty right now, because my guy, he's just getting a little caught out, and there's not hardly anything that our team can really do.
Yeah, especially with Frostlass. And, you know, we talked about the Ramatra coming in and taking over the game. Quite possibly even, you know, just uplifting that meta a bit and putting that into currently the major. And it seems like that's exactly what's happening. Frostlass taking that first initiative to make sure everybody is well cared for, but the Diva coming through. Snorty tries to find for something. And even then, the ultimate, it's not enough. You're able to see May really touch down on the point, but I mean, Gardevoir can't really touch for something. That comes right back around down for Altiora Summit, missing out on this fight. Big opportunity lost, and now they have to fight for it again, but you got 1 minute and 55 seconds left.
Yeah, you're about halfway through the time bank here. You've made a couple swaps. You're making another. Elusive going over onto the Cassidy there. Nubeki going over to the Ana, going probably for an electric cowboy situation, as we call it. But unironic, look at their ultimate bank here. They only really needed to use the Blizzard with a pick onto Elusive. You're just going to walk up. You're going to try and like really force this fight, bleed as much time as possible. If you're Altiora Summit, you need to be backing all the way up. You're a man down. Elusive Hunter going to be coming back here in just a second, but they're going to take some time. They're not on a particularly fast hero, and unironic didn't even need to use an ult. It was just a pick.
Yeah, Reality getting some really good shots through. Unfortunately, though, the Diva, you can see Snorty. Wait, Starfly. Starfly had a moment there. Yeah, Starfy. They were trying to touch down on that. Unfortunately, not able to really get much. Now the Ramatra comes through. Frostlass makes sure the pushback is there. And again, it's always unironic finding, you know, just those really, really distinct openings from Altiora. And it felt like right there a big one was Starfy actually, you know, being a bit distracted and coming away from the team just to utilize their ultimate to possibly, you know, just account for something.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a classic Junkrat strat. You're going to go off so you don't get picked while the tire is going. But like you said, that does take you out of the fight in a big way. You are not there lobbing bombs, and you go for the pick. But unironic have your number on that. The one good thing for Summit is that they did force some ultimates, but these picks coming through from Reality. There's no room to breathe. There's 15 seconds on the clock here.
15 seconds is just enough for unironic to clean things up the way that they have been doing. But Altiora, listen, they've been playing immaculately so far. It seems like it's going to continue, although Elusive trying to find something, getting the shots down. This is perfect, utilizing this combo down with the Baptiste and creating something big. It doesn't matter if 15 seconds was there. It was Altiora to take it.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose 15 seconds is enough to capture a point. Sometimes, and good for them, right? Like sticking through, not giving up, like maintaining that mental of like, yeah, I know those fights, if we could just not get picked by the Hanzo, we can win this. And that buys them another 2.5 minutes to make their way through Streaks phase. Snorty here on the Wrecking Ball, looks like maybe gonna stay on that for now. We're approaching another Riptire. We're not too far from another Sound Barrier as well. Unironic with just the Blizzard, close to that Dragon Strike as well. That Blizzard comes out early and whipped. Happy to take advantage.
Happy to take advantage. Happy to make things count here. Gardevoir Really just shooting it down. I mean, the biggest thing is that they have somebody in their backlines, but it doesn't feel like the backlines have been working so far. And this is one of the adaptations, Thibble, that I feel like Altiora really are trying to count down on. But I'm just not seeing it working. They tend to miss out on some of that opportunity. The Junkrat getting down. Now you see we're going to be able to see the Dragon Strike come through and allow Frostlass some of that space to push it back in. Now they're just subjected to spawn.
I mean, the star of that show was the Mei wall right there. Just sticking a Mei wall and then throwing a Dragon Strike at it can only be described as cruel. You know? Starfy now stuck a little behind, a little pulled out. That's just going to steal another 12 or 15 seconds, however much that spawn timer is, away. Frostlass now with an Annihilation, such a huge point presence ultimate. And the other good point presence ultimate is shooting the Elusive Hunter directly in the skull with an arrow. Because that definitely puts a stop to Summit's attempts on this one.
Yeah, for Altiora right now, though, you can see Starfy is cooking up something. I mean, they're able to utilize. Yep, we're going to be able to see it right now.
Okay,
what's going to happen? Trying
Take
to
two.
climb up the wall, find an opening. And
There's the
it's
beach.
there. I mean, the Lucio goes down. That's big enough, right? Taking out the support for Unironic, which is exactly what they needed, as the Ramatra, a big factor as to why the game has been going the way it has.
Yeah, I mean, Frostlass has been putting on such a clinic. If we're not going to talk about reality, we should then talk about Frostlass in terms of, like, extremely valuable performances on this map so far. Though, of course, the team's firing in all cylinders, really. But, I mean, just that little opening here and there, right? Taking Sox down with that Riptire suddenly gives Altiora Summit the edge. And again, time is ticking down, but you've got the Shatter, but it gets blocked by the Ramatra shield. The beat comes through from Sox. Does not Ajax, she does not owe me $20. And Starfy does get one pick, but it looks like this is where the cart is going to stop for Altiora Summit.
It all started with an Earth Shatter, and it all ended with an impeccable overtime. We still got one more, though. And if they can hold it back here for Altiora, I genuinely do believe that we can see, I mean, something else, the potential that can come through. I really did like the Junkrat. I felt like a lot of that damage was showing, but a lot of the time I felt like we weren't getting as much, I guess, impact with the ultimates as we were from Unironic. I mean, you saw the comparison between the Mei ultimates, right? You saw it come out from Unironic, and it was 10 times just better when you're looking at it. So I feel like Altiora, they really need to fix that timing and find, you know, those really, really technical spaces.
Yeah, it's so difficult to, like, establish that united front and walk in with that coordinated sort of choreography when on 2/3 of those fights, I would probably say Reality's starting off with pick, right? Like, if you're approaching 60% of the fights with one player already down, you're gonna have a bad time, you know? Like, it's just not gonna go too well for you. So I think the big thing here for Summit, like, you know that Reality is going to be looking for these sniping, flanking, like disruptive sort of picks. And you know Reality is going to get that work done because she's been doing it this entire series so far. She's been showing up. She's having a day. Get out of her way. You know, stay in cover, play safe, play smart, like try and make something happen here, but respect what has been coming through from this team. Because if you're just going to walk across the sight line, Reality is going to take your head off. And you really can't afford that when you were barely making it to Streets Phase on your own and Gardevoir. Okay, it's not Reality. I mean, they kind of curled the monkey's paw on that one. Yeah, we won't get picked by Reality. We'll get picked by Gardevoir instead. Unlucky.
On the Storm Arrows, yeah, actually getting that recharge.
Whoa.
And you talked about it. You said Reality was going to chomp your head off. And you were right. Right now, Reality, again, playing in that DPS role, completely fit for them. But I have to say, I'm actually pleasantly like surprised by what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, this team is putting on such a performance here. Like, the comparison, 540 to get about halfway through the Streets phase is, in professional Overwatch terms, pretty good. Pretty good. You've got all this time to build up ultimates, to get a pick, to just make something happen. Who knows if they even need all that time? They might do it right now.
And they are. Gardevoir trying to push themselves in, get some of those heals down before they start the fight again. And a nice headshot coming out so far in the wall to push the tank into it. I mean, so far the Dragon Strike to come in comparison. and to allow some of that damage to come through. This is big. Frostlass keeping things steady, and right now leaving that shield up for some of that coverage. So overall, Unironic is just looking amazing. Again, continuously creating this push, and so far they have the space they need to make sure that cart goes where they want it.
Yeah, holding so much space here is Frostlass. The 1-2 right there, the Projected Barrier and the Ravenous Vortex. Says you don't want to come up here, dude. We're going to wall you off. I'm going to pop ult. The Transcendence comes through a bit too late to save the DPS. The Blizzard comes through for Gardevoir, and that might just be this series.
I mean, they're still fighting. You can see, of course, Baptiste, Kaiser tries to push themselves in, but Unironic again with another win coming into game 2. And they have done what they needed to do. They came into this head high. And even though Frostlass was good, I gotta give some, respect to both Frostlass and Reality. Reality was really playing up to par. I felt like the Hanzo was looking, honestly, refreshing.
Yeah, I mean, Reality was playing Hanzo like it was Tracer. Just like consistently stepping up, being in like kind of the funny spots, getting so much damage done. But I mean, that was enabled by the rest of the team. That whole team, all of Unironic was working so well together. And that was enabled by and also enabled these amazing standout performances from so many members of the team. So if I'm Unironic, I'm walking away from that one very happy. That was a very clean series overall from them. They looked like they had a plan. They looked like they were able to communicate effectively no matter what.
Absolutely.
And that's something you need, right? This is the first game. This is the let's get our feet wet. Let's figure out where we're at, where the rest of our competition is at. And I think Unironic saw immediately what was going on and went for it. So bravo to them. That was a great game.
Unironic, I mean, they really showed their true colors today, and looking at it, you got to be careful with a team like this one because the way that they looked was pretty flawless, and I really did like the compositions. I felt like the Ramattra felt fresh in their hands. It felt like this was something that they have been really just testing out in the servers, and you see that 2-0 come through, and you see that victory stance that they're holding. It's powerful.
Yeah, I mean, this is a statement win to start, right? This is as good a beginning to a tournament as you could probably hope for. This is a big name team. A bit of reshuffling certainly done between now and the last Calling All Heroes, but still a team that's part of an organization that has that support, that has that structure for sure. And you're coming in, kind of off of your own wits and whatever structure your coaches can provide for you. And they clearly turned that into something very special. So I'm excited to watch both of these teams. I don't think this is the end for Altiora Summit. They're still a phenomenal team. They're still going to show up against some other names in this tournament. I can only hope. But at the same time, Unironic now has put notice out, right?
Yeah.
This is a point to all the other teams and go, hey, that you're next. So I love that for them. And I think both of these teams are going to walk away with some big lessons, I think, to look at for the rest of this major.
Lessons as big as they go, but I kind of do want to get a little bit of a lesson for one of the players on Unironic, and of course we get to see Gardevoir, which I'm excited for. We're going to be able to ask some questions very, very shortly, right after this break. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Of course, we just finished our game with Altior Summit versus Unironic, and Unironic able to take that victory spot. Thibble, we actually have the honor of being able to talk to the one and only Gardevoir.
Yeah. One of my two Pokemon names that I called out at the start of the show. This is great. Hello. How's it going? over
Hi,
there?
how are you guys?
I'm
Doing
good.
good.
You look amazing.
Thank
I
you.
love the look. I'm very here for that.
Okay, well, I guess I'll start off. First of all, thank you so much for sitting here. It's honestly pretty cool. I love how you have a Junker Queen like right behind you. It's amazing.
I need to get me one of those.
Yeah, I love
actually.
fish. It's my favorite.
I should absolutely have that as my background for broadcast.
Oh man, yeah, I'll probably match you sometime soon. But overall, I guess the off season. I just wanted to ask, how was that? How was that preparation? During the off season, or more so, how was the off season for your team?
Yeah, like I think with most any teams, like we've had our ups and downs, but we've been putting in a lot of work. We've been trying out a lot of new things. We've had some players leave and some new players come on, and we're really grateful for that. And we're all like a big family, so it's a lot of fun to play with everyone else on the team. Nyan Sox is probably one of the best personalities. We invested in Nyan Sox Co., so we have our stonks up.
Stonks are definitely high after that one for all of you guys. Honestly, it was such a clean showing against. We talked a lot about Altiora being this big organization with multiple teams, and you guys are certainly not unknown, but not as kind of maybe tied into like some like big overarching situation. Is this kind of the result you guys expected? Like, was your prep kind of specifically tailored to like, we are going to take these guys down? Like, what was your sort of attitude walking into the major for the first time?
Yeah, we were really excited. We had the goal of winning, obviously, the entire thing. But shoot for the stars. If you hit the moon, that's fine. So if we get top 8, we're going to be more than satisfied. So we're going into every match, regardless of who it is, as though we're going to win and we're going to come out on top.
Awesome.
Well, yeah, the performance was impeccable, so it definitely shows. I got to see some of that Ramatra come out. I really liked the May. Overall, in terms of your composition, in terms of what you're looking at, carrying forth, what do you feel like, one of the biggest strengths for your team is moving forward in this tournament that, if you're comfortable answering that, people really should look out for?
All I'm going to say is watch out for boops.
Okay.
Yeah. Please tell Sox, by the way, if she Ajaxes, she does owe me $20.
Okay,
it was
I
in
will.
her first freelancer contract. That has not expired. That's still a thing.
Got it.
Looking at, right, you guys had a great first game, a great like statement win coming out against this team. There are plenty of other rosters on the docket, though. Are there any specific like teams or players that you're looking forward to playing against, or I guess maybe even that you might like fear or respect as being particularly good? Anything to that effect?
Yeah, I mean, definitely there's teams like NYXL that everyone is really hyping up. Dart Monkeys has a lot of people who I've looked up to for a long time. But I'm really excited actually to play against a team that has some other people that I know. Paulette and Wiz and their team, they're really, really great. And I think they're also going to go very far. So I'm excited to play against them.
Excellent. Okay. Well, I'm excited to see how you guys fare against all those big names. We have so many in this major. It's going to make for some serious bangers. Okay. I'm closing out the first interview of the major of the year of the 2023 Calling All Heroes circuit. Any thank yous, hellos, goodbyes, like any other messages you want to kind of throw out into the ether while we got you?
Shout out to my team. Love you guys. And shout out to everybody watching. The support means a lot, and it's really awesome to have casters and production and everyone come in and give us this space that we're able to thrive and really grow and show ourselves in. So that's really awesome to have.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I thank you so much for joining us, Gardevoir. And, obviously I'm so excited to see what we're going to be able to see continuing on. But of course, unfortunately, Thibble, we do have to have a break before we are able to see more of that Overwatch action.
Yep. We will
Hello, friends. What's up? I'm so sorry it's taking a while, but thank you so much for being patient. We will have a quick update for you soon, but as of right now, Thibble, I kind of want to take a look at the standings and see where everybody is looking.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises here as we look towards our top 16 so far.
Yep.
Obviously, a lot of games going on at the moment. We actually just finished up round one. We are officially done with the first round of the mini that will come. And we're currently like manually reseeding, making sure that all the matchups are as even as possible for round two, because even matchups are a good thing and we want them. So this is just kind of a standings of at least looking at 14 teams who won their first match and 2 teams that probably came pretty close. And then the rest of the teams who started off on a bit of a wrong foot, but still have plenty of space to get back into things. Obviously, it's literally one game, right? So it's not like this is a death knell or like a call that like the teams that won are like the best teams ever or whatever. So plenty of names across these 27 teams so far. We have some Altioras actually dropping their first series. Marmora's Goji Gang over there, one of the teams that I was looking at, going through all the team sheets. Toki Pilots losing their first game, I believe, to Wisp Luminaria. We got Bones over there. There's funny internal stories in our Discord about Team Bones that I won't go into now. Lava Lilies is a name that I recognize. I hope that they are doing okay despite the 0-1 start for them. Nixel Academy. I mean, that's where we want to see them. Right up at the top. I hope that 1-0 was relatively clean because you should be showing up pretty strong as an Overwatch League Academy team. On Ironic, we just saw Bumblebees taking their first series here. Averted as well. That one was on my team sheet. Little check. Dart Monkey, Shikikami, Timeless Ethereal, a lot of teams from Vancouver Titans Blue, actually. A lot of teams from last year's qualifiers that I grew familiar with, starting off on a good stretch here. So, this is our earliest indicators, really, of where teams are at. Like I said, there's so many more games for them to go right now. But we're getting that early view. We're just kind of vamping. We're going to see if we figure out the seeding. We get our second match kind of ready. But for now, we're just kind of here chatting with you. We figured, we could start a bunch of timers and then just kind of reset them every few minutes to make you all scream. But we could also just sit and have a chat. So hi, I hope you're having fun.
Yeah, I like chatting. I feel like we haven't really gotten to, get deep into the chill parts of what Heroes Major can be. But, obviously we got to take a look at the standings and where these teams are looking. Again, you kind of said it as well as I could have, as well as anybody could have. It's just the first game. So, the first series, nothing too much about it. A lot of the time, it gets harder and harder as you go. So, those numbers definitely going to start to switch up, even though, Ultiora Summit, they might have lost that first game. We might just be able to see something different come through. Maybe that 1-1, maybe a 2-1 eventually when we go to that third series and whatnot. But, just looking at it, I mean, so far we are trying to get an update for you to see, and more so what team we're going to be seeing next. But at the same time, I don't want to keep you guys here too long. I know we love chatting, but make sure you go grab a snack. I'm not sure it's going to be a long time, but at the same time, make sure you're well fed for the next game, because we'll see you guys right after this very, very quick break. The wait was long but well awaited. Thank you guys again so much for being patient with us and allowing us the process to find the next matchup. But we have it. We are here. Thibble, I'm pretty excited. I'll let you do the honors of who we might just be seeing today.
Yep, just like chat's been calling, it's TBD versus TBD. No, we figured it out. We got it sorted now. It's going to be Vancouver Titans Blue taking on Shikikami. A little change up in the name. It's topical. I get it. Two big teams here, two really big names that I'm very excited to see duke it out so early in the major, right? Give us a shot of what these like upper level matches are going to look like. This could be a playoff preview if these teams play their cards right.
Yeah.
And both of them are formed out of such amazing cores, which we can get to in a speech.
I mean, kind of, going back to the amazing cores and whatnot and who are on these teams, of course. Listen, we'll get into the rosters as well for Titans Blue starting off. I guess we'll start this way because I always start that way, but... also going on with that chemistry that we might be able to see in terms of both of these teams obviously are looking really, really good in terms of just overall skill grouping, right, and skill leveling. So again, I do feel like we are going to see something extremely interesting, and there is some history behind it as well, Thibble.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, so looking over at Vancouver Titans Blue, it was a team that was formed, one of the first teams really to be formed as like an official Calling All Heroes like offshoot of an Overwatch League team, right? There were a couple that kind of made their mark in the first kind of major events of last year for Calling All Heroes, and this team was one of them. Though it has undergone some changes, actually. A good chunk, about half of this roster, is actually the core of Washington Justice Red, who are no longer with us. La di da. But I like that they stuck together and that they found a new home where they can kind of iterate and maintain that kind of support, the support that you can really only get from having the backing of an Overwatch League team. On the other side, you've got Shikikami, who have been a team like full of big names that have consistently been showing up and putting on those like high level performances that we expect. But I feel like they could be doing more. They could be reaching even higher. And maybe this is kind of the moment for them, right? They need this to be the tournament where they really come out swinging. Everyone wants a strong start here. So for Shikikami, I mean, you have so many amazing players and talents on here that are so hungry. I think so many players and teams here are really looking like having that ambition of like, I'm going to prove myself. I'm going to show myself in this new system, this opportunity that I've maybe never gotten before to play at a level of structured play this high.
Yeah.
And Shikikami is definitely one of those teams that really jumps out at me as having that sort of spirit. We also have some amazing names. We got like Megatron, and we have Azu as well, who's like a prominent like designer in the Overwatch community. She's been around for a long time and has done amazing work. And I love that she has the opportunity to also like play the game that we spend so much time working on as creatives.
Yeah, and again, obviously going into that history, it's ranging so wide. It's just a bunch of number one Overwatch lovers and people who have contributed to the community as well. And I think that in itself is super cool and also interesting because I mean there are. Listen, looking at their rankings and like where they're placed is kind of crazy to me. Those numbers seem unrealistic, right? Ranking like 126, right? 72, like that to me feels pretty impeccable. But I think overall, right, looking at the rosters, we're going to Shikikami, obviously, but. Again, right, you talk about that history and you talk about these players. The biggest thing for me is, man, Dara, as a DPS, you're looking good on the Winston.
So for a peek behind the curtain, these graphics, the players choose what heroes show up on them. They send us a little sheet and we go, which hero do you want to show up when we do the roster graphic? And I guess we just have a stray Winston, dropping in. So Dara will actually be playing the DPS as far as I'm aware. I believe that section of the graphic is correct. Just felt like being a little silly, which we love. You've got Megatron, Just the juxtaposition of Megatron, she, her, with a picture of Kiriko above it that's chef's kiss right there. We have Zabi. Again, these photos are these heroes are not indicative perhaps of what they're going to play, but I would be excited to see a little Farah, maybe kind of like an aerialist flex specialist.
Yes.
That we often see in like EMEA, teams like O1 Esports and Twisted Minds. Like that is a strategy that can get some major mileage. So we'll see if Shikikami try to pull that out, maybe on some early maps. But on the other side, we got Vancouver Titans Blue here. We have names that I need to look at pronunciations of real quick. We have Htadzi here on the tank. We have Angel and Claire. We have Phone. Actually, the three here to the left, What, Phone, and Htadzi here, are from that Washington Justice Red core. So they have a lot of synergy together. They have played at least in a couple other like major tournament events here in Calling All Heroes already. So I'm hoping that they're like going to really bring that experience and coordination to bear, because Shikikami are not going to make it easy for them.
No, they absolutely are not. And I feel like Vancouver Titans, they're definitely going to fight that back, in terms of what they could bring to the table as well. But obviously, for both of these teams, we talked about it. We do think this is probably going to be one of the most interesting matchups we've seen so far. And this early on, too, within the major. I mean, this is only the first day after the off season. You're getting some of these really nice matchups to come through, which is surprising at the very most, because a lot of the time you do see, those cores, the most, I guess, quote unquote, infamous rosters versus the people who are really trying to build that image for themselves and get that same name that those rosters have as well. So it is interesting, and it's great to be able to see a bit more of that background come into play. But the thing I'm interested in the most is, what exactly are those maps looking like, and where are we heading? I like to take a trip. I'm feeling like going over to Lijiang Tower.
That threw me off for just a second.
Yeah, me too.
I saw Ilios and I was like, oh, Ilios again. And then it was Lijiang Tower.
And then Lijiang, yeah.
Yeah, I'm super down. I'm down for either. I think the vast majority of the control maps are always gonna be bangers. I haven't played Antarctic Peninsula enough to really like form an opinion on it yet.
Yeah.
But the rest of the maps we know and love. They've been around for a while at this point. And Lijiang is a great like litmus test early on for teams, right? There's different, the different like sub maps that you can look at, like Control Center here especially, are places where like fringe compositions can really thrive. This is where like in the dive days you would see like a Reinhardt and a Junkrat suddenly pop up and you're like, what is that doing here? So I'm excited to see, like, are these teams going to default to certain comfort picks that we're maybe going to see a lot more from over the course of their tournament runs? Are they going to try and like get a little crazy with it and throw off their opponents early? Kind of like we were talking about with Unironic. Like, you're either going to kind of play like a set style that you've really been trying to nail down, and or go for like a crazy aggressive, like throw off the game sort of vibe. So I'm excited to see, like, both of these teams are immensely talented, mechanically savvy. Like, they have like the support and the structure and the synergy together to really pull out whatever the heck they want. So like when you have two teams just bringing their absolute best as well as they can against one another, that's when you get something special. So I'm excited.
I'm excited too. Listen, Lijiang Tower, again, interested to see what we're going to be pulling out, kind of quite like what you said, especially, I feel like it's always nice to start off with Control first thing, because it really does give you kind of a pattern moving forward to who really does know how to play with their tank and really assist with not only those clears that we typically see a lot of the time, moving towards sites, or even want to at least try to avoid really putting a lot of that, I guess force into. You want to try to hack those players behind you know, out in the extremities and give yourself a bit more room. But of course, we're coming into the selection, the hero selection, if we may. And this is more so what I want to see.
Yeah.
Who are we picking? What are we doing? What are we going into? You said we might see some of those comfort picks come through, and that's quite possibly something that we could see. But I'm hoping to see something a bit technical here, and I feel like that's what we're getting a bit out of Shikigami.
Okay, I love this. You know, we talk about, like, are they going to pull their comfort picks? Are they going to pull what's meta? We don't know what those are yet, which is so exciting. We haven't seen these teams play multiple games. We haven't even seen them really play multiple maps. They haven't been streamed, I believe. So it's really like establish a baseline for these two high-level teams. What are they each running that is similar, and what are they each running that is different from one another, right? So we see the same tank, the same backlines here coming out, two different support lines. The Hanzo Mei for Shikigami, which we saw in our last match to great effect, and then the Junkrat Cassidy over on the side of Vancouver Titans Blue as we get started just trying to establish themselves here in the server room in the first fight of the match.
Yeah, Cassidy. Alrighty, looking for a lot here. And it seems like, yeah, I mean, overall, just trying to play together. Possibly losing out on this objective. I mean, the point now opened up because of what? Unfortunately, what goes down. So, again, leaving some of that room to try to fight a bit more. But the cohesion here from Blue, you see it, right? Like, Ramatra coming down and creating that exposure.
Yeah, I mean, and ultimately, like, you would think, like, Dara got that early pick, but good on Titans Blue here to just back up. Don't overextend, just kind of wait to get that respawn back quickly. As literally the same thing happens again. Good to know my caster curse is still working. Now Shikigami, like, you had this opportunity in your first fight. You need to make something happen with it on your second, for sure.
Now Vancouver Titans Blue making their way onto the point this time around, at least creating some of that, but it seems like the steel trap makes its way, and Dara is no longer. I mean, that's huge. They miss out on one of their DPS. At this point, the Hanzo creating majority of that damage input. You got Shikigami making their way back, and of course, it's looking good.
Yeah, I mean, just, that's funny. Like, that's just comedy, folks. That's the kind of thing you only get in Overwatch.
Yeah.
Like, you go on this, like, super hardcore flank, you have a plan, you've already had a great start to your round, and there's a trap there. We've all been there, folks. Don't feel bad. Ultimate's coming online now as we get into, like, our first major recontest with Shikigami in control. The window comes out immediately, just kind of forcing them to cover Titans Blue back. Happy to just kind of take the space back and actually counter with a Dragon Strike in the tire immediately. Dara had the number on that one. Counters with his own Dragon Strike. Away we go.
The Dragon Strike coming back around. Dara giving them the space, and it's immaculate. What is going on? They're just destroying left and right. You see the assistants come through. Dara is an absolute killer on the scene. And again, creating that exposure, creating some of that space. Shikigami now moving up towards that spawn side and trying to push these players back even more to seek out something big. Right now, the wall waiting for it. Shikigami having to move back just a bit, but Zabi is there.
So back and forth here, but Shikigami comfortably stepping up, and my curse is still working fine. What gets the kill onto Zabi here, and the speed boost immediately comes through. The duels immediately come out. Not so honorable 1v1 per se. But they're still getting it done, and it looks like this might be a quick recap for Vancouver Titans.
Yeah, what so far trying to at least, have their redemption arc against Dara, and it seems like that's exactly what they've done. Listen, I'm really liking the Hanzo and Hanzo smackdown that we're seeing.
Hanzo duels are always such a treat, right? Like, you're either gonna, like, these amazing, like, geometry-defying headshots and stuff, or you just sit there and kind of strafe at each other and miss all your shots. Or maybe that's just me. You know, I am in platinum rush. Yeah, that's
It's me too. It's okay.
I feel it. 3 ults online now for Shikigami as they look to recontest here. The Annihilation's coming out on both sides, and that Blizzard from Zabi. Let's see what it can do.
Oh, nice. The Dragon Strike coming through. So at least, honestly, just back off just a bit, but we're seeing a lot of action come down, right? The Ramatra versus Ramatra right now, as it is the tank just consistently getting heals off, but it seems like Shikigami losing the fight slowly but surely. Phone! Nice shots down onto the point, and they clear this very, very nicely. I mean, you could already see that fight was the biggest one yet, because now they can push themselves up towards that 90% and honestly probably win this out.
Yep, mathematically, 87% means last fight territory. We have crossed that threshold. A lot of ultimates used on both sides, but the sneaky Blizzard coming through might be the thing that decides if the lamp does manage to come out, but it's not going to stop this.
Ooh. I mean, that was good. The Dragon Strike maybe just a bit too late, but Angel now playing on the Lucio, trying to, again, push these players off. I mean, Vancouver Titans blue, objective secured. They managed to bring themselves down towards that first map. At least, yeah, a first round win. But then moving forward, we're still sticking to this. I mean, there still is a redemption arc, and it felt like it was close. So, again, there is that possibility.
It definitely was. I mean, that was still very back and forth, right? Like, there were multiple recontesting fights. A lot of that was decided by, like, one or two ultimates or, like, one sneaky play. That little, like, hide around the corner in Blizzard after they walk through the door. Classic. Chef's kiss. We love it. I'm maybe calling it here. I like the Fair Mercy. I believe we are on Night Market. This is kind of... Night Market and Gardens, really, are both good spots for a Fair Mercy sort of composition. You also see Azu on the Diva, one of their sort of, like, favorites overall in the tank hero pool.
Yeah.
And a quick out here and immediately taking some plat shots down. Zabi building 20%. And we're seeing some early swaps here. I like this. I think you see that come out and you go, okay, we can do that too. Phone immediately swapping over. We have a Wrecking Ball swap. We have an Ana swap. This is an entirely different stylistic look that we've seen all day. I'm very interested to see what they do with it.
Yeah, I actually really like this too because it shows that Vancouver Titans blue, not only are they willing to make that switch, but they're also very, very adaptable. You see the Echo coming up overhead, trying to take out Sobby. And I mean, Vancouver Titans blue, they always win out these fights. The DPS consistently creating that damage, already coming down on it. And again, trying to push for something. I mean, Phone has been there since the very start, consistently assisting, and they're going to continue to do so.
Yeah, Phone trying to make it into the montage. As best you can. Zabi, though, switching over to the Sombra, actually. I like that answer against an Echo. You're not really too worried about the air-to-air duel. You know, like, losing out on that is not a big deal. The Diva now getting staggered as well.
No.
Statesy made the swap off of the Wrecking Ball. Makes total sense. But is going to get staggered out. That's the price you pay. Angel swapping over to the Brig now. Vancouver Titans blue. You know, as we get into a pause, I love the flexibility. I love the willingness to switch it up. We're just doing a little flyover here. But also, you have to be careful with that, right? Because every time you switch, it's better in Overwatch 2 than it was in Overwatch 1 because of some new balance changes. You are going to be keeping, I believe, 25% of your ult when you switch. But that's still a pretty hefty reset, potentially, to your ult economy that you need to consider. So you really shouldn't, like swapping every fight. Like if you have like a set thing that you really want to try that you're confident in, that's fine. Don't swap out of panic though. Not to imply that's what they're doing, but like you have to be very careful in those sorts of thought processes because it can get away from you. Like ultimates are very important to these fights. And if you're switching it up all the time, you're not getting that very crucial advantage. Yeah. Meanwhile, Shikigami, I mean, look at their ults. They have 3 coming online and 2 not far behind.
Yeah, and Zabi actually making the switch off to go to that Sombra, which is going to be big. Especially here, the shots aligning very, very nicely. Trying to at least hack into the mainframe, see if they can try to do something to at least limit the potential here for their abilities. Right there, Shikigami down towards that back line. And this is what we like to see coming through from the Sombra. Already moving themselves backwards and then restarting.
Yeah, I mean, clean stuff here coming through from Zabi and from Shikigami in general. Although I may be cursing them, it's Stacey stepping forward on the Junker Queen now. We're just playing Mystery Heroes, which I love. The Nano comes through, and it is clean up. Vancouver Titans blue. Get on the point, get this Kiriko out of here, and start getting some percentage back because you're 68% down. Are you going to be
honestly
68% down? I called it.
You're very accurate when we say we're playing Mystery Heroes because the amount of times we saw Vancouver Titans blue switch things up has been consistent. But I really, again, kind of moving back towards that Zabi pick, I'm really digging it. I feel like Dara and Zabi both working together to be kind of these little tiny backline hackers and seeing what they can do right now, though. Trying to get some of that redemption down towards the back line again. And you get to see something big. You got that pulse bomb ready for action here, and what has a lot of potential to hit this, but they're still waiting for the perfect moment, which I admire.
Yeah, and HTazy got a pick there in kind of the neutral mid-fight, so you don't need to be committing ultimates to this. You're already buying time. You're crossing 40%, and you see what just playing bouncer here as Shikikami looked to kind of make this long flank, right? Like, the Tracer alone is enough for Shikikami to be like, okay, we're not going that way, and you're literally going to lose your Lucio, and Aurora used the sound barrier there, so that goes down. A huge loss there for Shikikami, and just a simple, easy, cut and dry, smooth as you like fight win for Vancouver Titans Blue.
I mean, if anybody can do it, it is going to be Vancouver Titans Blue. But Shikikami, again, we saw that they had something close come into contact. And right now, they're not too far off, right? 68% left on that point. They can still create that control. What's going to be a big problem, though, you can see, at least right now, Winston starting to move themselves up here. Azu getting caught in the middle. And a lot of things going on. The pulse bomb comes through. That's exactly what we were waiting for. And exactly what we needed here for the side of, I mean, Vancouver Titans Blue. They're just going to keep this.
Yeah, so patient and calculated in this play, right? You're pushing up, but you're never overextending. It's very clear that this team is really talking it out. Zabi going on a sneaky flank, just needs to touch, just needs to build that EMP.
Yeah.
Just enough time to get that ultimate out might be the thing that helps them turn it, but they need to be perfect. And Angel does go down early. This is a good start.
Yeah, good start, though. Missing out right now on a lot for Vancouver Titans Blue. They can try to win this out, but it seems like the damage is a bit too much. Even with Zabi right now, I mean, really just trying to shoot things down. Right, you gotta try to find a way to create at least some remedy. And it feels like Vancouver Titans Blue getting a bit too caught up. They did try to get that. I mean, Redemption just backing off, waiting for the teammates. But right now, again, they have some time.
Yeah, you have a tiny bit of time, though you still need to touch here. Don't C9. Don't be the first C9 of the tournament. No one wants to do that. The EMP goes in early, Pulse Bomb goes out, and Azu getting that first pick on Claire.
Oh, Azu, yeah, moving in. This is big. With the Winston coming out, Azu, make sure that everybody's slowly getting moved away. And it happens. Azu creating that clear, creating the space, but then again, it's phone being there for Vancouver Titans Blue. Okay. And right now, this is the moment. They took it to that overtime, and they finished it off. That first map going over to Vancouver Titans Blue.
That was leaning very one way until it suddenly was not leaning that way at all. Which is so much fun. That almost gave me whiplash, because that whole fight, right, in that last fight, Azu gets that early pick. The backline is Swiss cheese at that point. And it's like, how? There's no way. What is happening here? Like, this is so clearly Shikikami. They're bringing it around. And then just, that's pure clutch factor right there, right? That is Titans Blue going, nah, man. Like, we have ults still, right? Like, and it's last fight. Might as well use what we got. Oh, that worked. Cool. Awesome. Great. So, I mean, good for them to just straight up just like dig their heels, like have that grit to get through that first map. That's the kind of stuff you need, right? We're talking about this being a close game. These are two high, heavy hitters. Like, you need to just have that little tiny edge, because that's what gets you over the hump. You two are otherwise evenly matched. You just need that little spice.
Yeah, it was the primal rage at the end as well that really just kind of solidified that. So it really was the timing, I feel like, for Vancouver Titans Blue, where they just consistently were there with it. And again, like, we talk about those adaptations, and I think that I gotta give it to Shikikami for, getting that somber pick off. I felt like they really had it down. But again, the backline, Vancouver Titans Blue is one of those adaptable teams. You know that they are making those changes as quickly as they need to. So, doing a little backline switch up and paying a bit more attention isn't something that really was unfamiliar to them. But again, Shikikami, we talk about potential. It really was just the close off that they struggled with. But I feel like with a new map, with a new comfort, that might actually be something that can help them in the long run.
Yeah. I mean, far from over, right? This was so close, like literally, like not even a whole fight made the difference there. It was like 2 or 3 picks at the back end of the last fight that made the difference there. So very excited to see our second map. Shikikami are by no means out of it. Like, I want this to go to a third map so bad, because I want both of these teams to just push themselves to the limit. Get it in your system early that you need to be fighting as hard as possible. Not that they don't already feel that way, but like nothing gets you in that mode more than being challenged by a team who is so clearly your equal. So getting into King's Row, Shikikami's Mac pick, no surprise, statistically, it's always going to be King's Row, folks. We love it here. And another opportunity, I think, there's some flexibility there, right? Like we are far from crystallizing on a meta for this tournament. It's literally been like a couple hours, you know, like
Yeah.
we're in the kitchen right now. So I want to see, like, is Ramatra going to be kind of the staple here? Are we going to see more of that like Winston from Azu? Like, what the heck were Titans Blue even doing, right? Like swapping up their composition so much. And King's Row, with all its different like phases, you've got your first point, you've got your streets, you've got your last. Each of those sections of the map has an opportunity, or like you could make a case for a variety of different comps. So a team like that, who clearly is not unwilling to kind of switch it up when they feel the need, you could start to kind of like gain that strategic advantage. But like I said earlier, you can kind of overplay your hand in that direction too, and kind of have like no clear consensus and no ult economy, which is pretty important. So be careful with that one. But at the same time, if that's your strength, go for it, dude. Like, live your best life there.
I feel like here, on a map that's so predominant, they will be living their best lives, at least for both teams. But moving into it, we talk about comfort. We talk about, you know, those adaptations with Vancouver Titans Blue. I feel like you never know what they're gonna pick because they could turn around 2 seconds later and then come up with a completely new composition. But that's what we love coming out of them. Shikikami, though, we're seeing the Mei. But what I really am interested in is what pulling out the Widowmaker.
Yeah, we always see that a little early. You never know when someone's just going to be standing out in an open field ready to get headshot. So you look, you see if you can find the early pick, or even just get a little information as to where the enemy team is holding. Maybe you stick with that. We have seen that in a couple games, I believe, of the Pro-Am, where the Widow was kind of like an actual thing. More than likely, it's a quick early swap. I would assume like a Hanzo or something like that. Phone, again, looking at the Pharah. Could be kind of the same thing, you know, send a couple rockets downrange and go, or see what they're running and then determine if you switch, or you just swap to the Mei right away.
Oh,
okay.
You know, I feel like the name. I feel like what? Like, what was that already off the rip? You're seeing something come out of what? Now switching over to that Hanzo. That first pick was all they needed. I mean, just to feel this confidence coming up. You're looking at Vancouver Titans Blue working their way in. The Ramatra making that space and creating it. What is unstoppable?
Now, Starscream will rule the Decepticons. Man, yeah, that early pick, I'm still reeling from that. Dara answering back, though, does get thrown. Maybe you look at a little recontest, but I don't really think so here. I think if you're Shikikami, you just respect what just happened to you. But no, I tell a lie. They're jumping right back in. They're taking heavy damage on the way into that lamp. Does something, but not too much.
Yeah, but a lot going on as well. I mean, you're looking at the abilities. You're looking at that pushback. Seeing the shield come up, but it doesn't matter. You see what's still, I mean, even right now, trying to make sure that they have some space for the payload to continue. And that's exactly what they're going to get, especially with Force.
Yeah, I mean, look at that time down, right? 5:15. So even with that tiny little recontest there, so fast. Still off of that initial pick from what? For Vancouver Titans Blue. You're just making so much headway here. Shikikami forced to like respect the sightlines. What's on a tear, right? Like, you don't want to mess with a sniper who's hitting their shots that day. So you really have to play smart, establish yourselves in a good position where you can kind of minimize that threat as best you can. But also, like, you don't want to give too much push for free. That's why we're moving up into this corner here and immediately popping that window, trying to force that silence.
Not the biggest worry right now, though. The Dragon Strike actually moving itself towards that building, and it did create a divider for some time, but Megatron shielded away from the heals. Can't even really create some of that assistance, and that was big, right? You're looking at what's going on right now. Shikikami now moving up based off of that already. My apologies, Vancouver Titans Blue. I mean, right now, really just pushing in.
this composition, I mean, so we see a mirror now on both sides, right? Everyone's kind of settled into maybe this is like the meta, right? That we were talking about. Still far too early to kind of make that call, but like clearly both teams see an advantage to this composition. And I think the big thing that jumps out to me is how much zoning potential it has. You've got your Mei Wall, you've got Blizzard, you have Ramatra's Barrier, you have Ramatra, and then you've got a Hanzo who's just going to walk up and like stick an arrow directly in your mouth, I guess. That's uncomfortable. Megatron also getting his licks in, Angel going down early, and Shikikami for the first time this round have a chance to reestablish a foothold for themselves.
Yeah, really big chance. Look at Zabi right now. Trying to close them in, unfortunately, doesn't work out that way, but Shikikami right now, you know, we talk about how close the game was before, and it feels like we're really seeing that potential here. Maybe it was the map, maybe it was that discomfort of, you know, just Vancouver Titans Blue consistently trying to create those adaptations, hitting those backlines, but there is no backline to hit. They've been so strong so far for Shikikami.
Yeah, you finally reestablish yourself, right? You're so off kilter from literally getting picked in the first second of the game. Blizzard's now coming out on both sides here. Megatron with the window just raining whatever she can down onto the rest of the team. A clean fight here, but a little expensive, right? You use your Blizzard and your window, not too close to too much else. Vancouver Titans Blue, though, you use a Blizzard yourself, so you don't get too much. But you've got a Dragon Strike, you have a Sound Barrier, and then your BAP window and your Annihilation from Ramatra are not far behind. So if I'm Vancouver Titans Blue, I'm pretty happy with that. It was a quick fight, you pull some ultimates, you come back stronger, and maybe this is where they finally crack the case.
Now they're cracking down on this with a Dragon Strike. There it comes again. And it feels like we're seeing it every other second. Like, where are they loading this up from? Like, they just got the Chargers left on the side, and they're chilling with it. But it seems like, you know, with Vancouver Titans Blue, again, pushing this through, that Dragon Strike really did a number.
Yeah, I mean, you just have so much, like, we don't normally refer to a Hanzo as front-loaded damage.
Yeah.
But when you're hitting your shots so consistently, like, you're creating all these openings, like, look, it's not always Hanzo getting the final blow, but Hanzo is always involved in the elimination, which means, like, every shot is hitting somebody. That's why these Dragon Strikes are coming in so fast. That's why these picks are coming through so consistently for Vancouver Titans Blue when what has the opportunity. The positive caster curse is working today as well. That's great. We love to see it.
And the Sound Barrier coming out. I was actually going to talk about this a bit shortly, but Angel, honestly, could be exactly what their name means. An Angel to the team coming up, creating a bit more health and exposure so they can push themselves in, feeling confident with it. But Azu's going to shut that down real quick. No confidence for you, but pushed back. What's going to happen here? The wall comes up, but it's not enough. Azu still pushing themselves in. Does not matter what's going on. I mean, the tension rises, but it's becoming too thick.
Azu just trying to avoid a crash here. It's like Photoshop, man. You never know. You really got to fight for it. Great hold there. So much grit coming through as Dara cleans up. And what gets the trade? You got to be a little careful here if you're Shikikami. Yeah, you want to establish yourself. You want to take some space. If you move one pixel out of line, man, you're gonna get taken out. You see those arrows whizzing by the camera here. Dara just trying to build that ultimate, trying to match What's pace. She knows. They know that What has just been building those ultimates on cooldown every fight. You got 2 minutes in the bank here. You need to make this work. For Shikikami, you had such a great start. You need to reestablish and make sure that you stick. And Vancouver Titans Blue really trying to put a stop to that.
Yeah, but again, now another Dragon Strike coming through, zoning these players back just a bit more, and it left Phone alone, having it fend for themselves. Now you got the isolation coming through from Shikikami, and I mean, it's looking great. Azu now with the push up, and that's exactly what they needed, right? The Dragon Strike to push these players back here. Shikikami really just holding on to whatever they can to stop this aggression from Vancouver.
Azu ringing the bell. The mass reload. We all have a compulsive reloader friend. I love that. Shikikami, like you said, right? They reestablished themselves. They just used those two ults to, like, their most powerful zoning tools to just lock it down as best they can. Burn a minute off the clock. Half the time bank now gone. Vancouver Titans Blue. They have a couple ultimates. More importantly, they have that early pick onto Megatron, who used the window. Sound Barrier also comes out.
Yeah, they're stalling for time right now. I mean, at this point, that's all Shikigami needs. They're still, though, trying to create some of that skill gap. Hitting the shots, maybe. What? No, right behind it. And you see that? You're looking at it right now. Vancouver Titans Blue, they may as well bring the payload down home. And that's exactly what is happening. Coming down towards the spawn. Again, creating a bit more push to make sure they have that coverage kept. And again, the shots continue to fire. Pretty much Vancouver Titans Blue right now, though. I mean, a big contest coming down towards the point. And nothing much to work with, though. I mean, Vancouver Titans Blue, they proved themselves again and again and again when it comes to those group fights, when it comes to those team fights, down onto, I mean, the payload, they always tend to win things out.
Yeah, I mean, you can't deny that was a pretty strong round from Vancouver Titans Blue. Like, you had that amazing start from which is going to be in every sizzle reel for this tournament for the rest of the year, I'm sure. At the same time, though, right, we talk about, oh, they have these great team fights. They're really setting up. They know, like, the kit of this composition. But look at that time bank, right? They started Streets phase with, like, 5:15, and they finished the map with 17 seconds. Barely finished the map, right? In the overall sort of, like, King's Row time bank zeitgeist, that is, like, a barely finish. Though sometimes you don't even finish the map. So at least they got those 3 points. Shikigami now have an opportunity. You know, you had such a great defense there. You managed to really stick it out. You don't fully stop, but you burn a lot of time there. Some good stall, some good sort of like defensive setups across various stages of the map. Now, can you do better? Can you build up enough of a time bank advantage to create something meaningful if this game goes to extra rounds? Or is Vancouver Titans Blue suddenly going to pull out an even better defense and stop Shikigami before they can even finish the map? Like, the win condition is there for Vancouver Titans Blue. Series point is still on the line. Dara looking for the little side shot. I think Titans Blue are maybe a little paranoid after realizing that, hey, if we can do that, they could probably also do that. Let's maybe hang back a bit with the phone on the Echo. Sneaky in that huge anti-nade.
Yeah, really smart move to move it back, but now they're going to have to try to pick off this fight. Completely paralyzed as you have 2 players coming around the back. Vancouver Titans Blue. Ah, man, looking at this fight and the way that things went, Phone might just be a little bit too strong on that Echo. But again, the effort was there. I feel like now the adaptations just have to come through. Shikigami, I mean, obviously probably going to see some changes here. Kiriko, I mean, still sticking up for Megatron, but I mean, maybe not. Azu, they're looking to keep this together.
Yeah, Shikigami thinking about it. You can tell, you know, this is definitely a moment where it's like, do we stick? Do we make adjustments? What do we need to do here? That Echo is obviously a wrinkle. The Ana with the anti-nades is such a force. Claire hit such a huge one in that fight to really create an advantage for the Titans Blue. Hits another as well. Zabi goes down because of it. Azu's about to go down because of it as well. Like, that is an advantage that you really need to look at if you're Shikigami.
Yeah, but advantages don't come easy, especially with this choke point. I feel like the choke point really just makes things harder for Shikigami to move themselves past that. So they really do need something sneaky to come through. But what's going to play that sneaky role going on to the Tracer?
I'm shaking my head. What's your over/under here? I'm gonna say 2 kills with this.
I'm thinking, yeah, 2. Okay. I mean, Pulse comes through, actually damaging themselves along the way here for Vancouver Titans Blue. Now they miss out on that Tracer.
I cursed the heck out of that, and I apologize. H-Tadesy, though, still getting some work done, coming through with the Nemesis form. Going to take down Darius Cassidy here. You need a little more than that for King's Row, though, right? So here comes the Annihilation, trying to chase down some squishies. Megatron goes down.
Chasing this down, looking for potential. I mean, so far, Vancouver Titans, they've been doing a really good job at, again, keeping their composure, not losing out in the fights. Looking at it, also isolating these players down towards their spawn. Shikigami really can't catch a break here.
Not again. Okay, we can't do an over-under this time, but still. What's just doing the thing? Being that Tracer. Forcing the Suzu early, that's great. The Nemesis form comes through. Forces the Kitsune rush early. The sound barrier from Angel just to keep everyone in the fight and the Deadeye from spawn. We take those, I guess.
taking a lot of solo fights, though, as Dara sits by themselves. It feels like we need a bit of a heavy regroup, right? Everybody needs to start pushing in together to see what they can do. You're looking at the Winston sticking alone out, Osu backing off, but unfortunately gets taken down as well. And they think the only potential now, leaving it up to this Widowmaker coming out from Dara, if they can get a couple opening shots here, they can move in towards that point.
Dara trying to channel Surefour here, going for a great bamboozle, 3 minutes out of the 4-minute time bank here. Not a lot of time. You need to convert on this pretty quick, but that could be the difference maker if you can hit that shot. But that glide from the Echo, way too quick to flip.
Looking through with it, Osu trying to get some of that redemption arc. We looked at the fight before. And now look at this again. They're pushing back like crazy because all that matters right now really is capturing that point. They got 26 seconds left standing. Shikakami right now, again, what is impeccable, but it's what and Phone, the 2 DPS, again, making the numbers count, making their ultimates work, and taking out Osu along with it.
Less than 10 seconds. I frankly don't think that anyone physically can touch here, though. I will hold my tongue until we see for sure. The power slide attempts to come through for Dara, does not quite make it. And man, we talked about our Vancouver Titans Blue going to pull out some amazing defense. They did. They did do that.
Oh, man. And that's, I do believe, you know, the next one coming through.
Indeed.
But, Vancouver Titans Blue. They really showed a good showing today. I felt like Shikakami weren't too far off, but it was those very, very micro adaptations that really needed to come through as to where, you know, just a really good hold from Vancouver Titans Blue down in that last second, especially down in the choke point. But it felt like there was a lot of individual fights as to where Shikakami as a whole, they felt stronger when they kept that cohesion.
Yeah, I mean, Titans Blue, like we talked, first thing we mentioned about Vancouver Titans Blue is that they're formed of a core. They are of a previous roster. They have had that time this entire offseason, right, to stick together, talk it out, you know, learn everybody's favorite color and their order at Applebee's or whatever the heck you do for team bonding, right? And that has translated at least to in-game synergy because you could see all the coordination coming through from this team and how, like, seamlessly they were able to work together to set up these big concerted pushes forward and these massive defensive holds. Like, that takes some serious chutzpah, as the kids say. So I love to see that coming out from a team that has the backing of an Overwatch League franchise, right? You expect that this is a team that has their stuff together, that has the resources to focus and put their best foot forward every single match. And that's not to discount Shikakami because it's an amazing roster. They held that pretty close for the vast majority of that series. Like, you had some great pushes from them, like clear, intense mechanical skill. But at that level, those little differences in structure and cohesion and time spent, just the hours, are what make the difference.
Yeah, it really is the hours. And right now, Vancouver Titans Blue, for them also kind of a history going into it. They've been here for a while. They've been putting in the work and the effort alongside Shikakami. I'm not going to discredit them as well because they really did play to their best efforts and they did an amazing job. I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like if we were to get a rematch maybe in a week, Shikakami could definitely bring things back and honestly look back at the VODs and say, yeah, we did this wrong. We fixed it. We know what we need to do next time against a team like this one. But you see that 1-1 and you see that 2-0 Titans Blue continue on with a very good streak. But I'm more excited because we get to actually get an interview with somebody from Vancouver Titans Blue. So stick around. We'll be right back after this break. All right, welcome back, everybody. I am excited to get into our interview. But Thibble, Thibble, I don't know why I said
That's
Thibble,
me.
Thibble. Hello. For me, I'll let you say, who is the magnificent player we'll be able to interview today.
We'll be speaking with Phone today. Honestly, for a second, production brought it up, and I was like, we're calling someone, and then I remembered there was a player named Phone.
Phone,
But it's
yeah.
also an audio interview instead of like the whole VTuber setup or whatever. I don't think that's the
Oh.
standard, by the way. So it's kind of a phone interview with Phone.
Oh.
Anyway, hi Phone, welcome to the show. Happy to have you aboard, and congrats on the win.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thank you for coming. And thank you for giving us, honestly, a banger of a match. It was super exciting to watch you guys play. I guess starting off with this interview, more so, coming into this game, obviously, this team, it looks pretty threatening in itself looking at the roster. What were your thoughts behind, playing against this team and how you guys felt behind the scenes?
Oh yeah, we're actually I'm actually a friend. I'm actually friends with a lot of the players on Shikigami, so that was really fun to play
Aw.
against them and everything. A little trash talk in Discord servers and stuff before the game. We warmed up against them before the games today, so actually a little bit of a rematch of the warm up today, and so we kind of knew how they like to play and how to play against them. And I think that helped us a lot in being able to like counter comp, like that Kings Road comp we played, the Echo Tracer on defense. We've never played that before in any scrim or in any match, so that was totally on the fly.
I love that. That was actually going to be one of my questions, right? Especially with you saying that you guys literally played each other as a warm up a couple hours ago. Like what goes into your guys' prep overall for this tournament? Like, what are kind of the things you guys have been working on the most? And what's the special sauce that lets you just kind of like, yeah, we'll play something entirely new that we haven't played in an official before? Like, what's the juice there?
Throughout the past week, we've been basically playing a lot of like Ramacha and Winston comps, and swapping a little bit just like counter comps and teams, but a lot of the time it's just been like feeling like, okay, what do you want to do here? Like we're all confident that we can basically play like whatever hero that we're confident in. Like I trust my teammates to make the right call. If Hidesi wants to swap to Junker Queen or whatever, or if What wants to go like Widow, I trust that and they make the right call. They know their hero better than I do. And so when it comes to like coming up with these like comps, we just kind of we got almost like feel it out, like, okay, what do we want to play? What do we think will work?
For sure. It's so funny too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have a couple. I have a little
No,
more
go
follow up
ahead.
now that this is really starting to get my gears turning, because
Okay.
on Legion, right, we saw so many hero swaps coming through, and we were talking about like, what's the logic there, right? Like from this side of the screen, you can only make so many conclusions, but that kind of opens it up for sure. What you guys are clearly comfortable switching it up, kind of just figuring out what works for you right now, but amongst all that experimentation, are you finding that anything is really jumping out as kind of like an early front runner for a meta, air quotes, composition?
For us or for the tournament?
I mean, either or, right? Like the meta, your guys' own unique meta might be one thing, and then do you maybe find that across the other teams, like people are starting to default to anything?
I think right now it's depending a lot on the map. Your more brawl maps, you're going to be playing your more of like your Ram, Mei Hanzo, Lucio Bap, kind of what you've been seeing. More your open maps, like on like your Circuit or your Havana, you're going to see like double sniper Sig, and it almost reminds me back like end of like Overwatch 1 cycle meta, where it was like a lot of map dependent, with like teams obviously liking brawl comps whenever like it was like kind of like a weird hybrid map. So that I think you're going to see a lot of teams favor Ramatra when the map is like kind of like an Icon World, for example. You may see some Winston or some Ram on that.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. I honestly got a little giggle out of myself when you guys were really just switching things up, and more so immediately, like, after the game had started, it was like 2 seconds you were back in. Like, you just switched the whole comp and you were ready to go. I really admired that about you guys and the adaptations. But I mean, overall, thank you so much for joining us for this interview. If you have anything, you know, any thanks you want to say to anybody, please say it now.
Just saying thank you so much for having me. Shout out to Jay Venom, our coach. He's the GOAT. And once again, thank you for being here. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for interviewing me. And I guess have a good day.
Awesome. I mean, you have a good day as well. But Thibble, we put the spotlight on Phone for a bit, but that's not the only spotlight we have. We got two. We got two spotlights here. Phone was one of them, and we got one for Claire. If you guys don't know, it is, in fact, Claire's birthday from Vancouver Titans Blue. So we are wishing them a very, very happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, Claire. You didn't list a fun fact for me to read off, so I'll read off somebody else's instead.
Okay.
Apparently, Angel is friends with a Torb one trick. That is what they
Oh.
put in the fun fact section. So happy birthday, Claire. Enjoy that fun fact about your teammate that I imagine you already knew. But still, I hope your birthday was a fun one. You got to win 2 matches today. That's pretty good for a birthday's sake. So bravo to you. Have a happy year.
Yay! Awesome. So, I mean, overall, yeah, happy birthday, Claire. Thank you so much to Phone for just doing the interview with us. It's always fun to be able to talk to the players. But what's more fun than talking to the players is getting into the video game action of Overwatch. And I'm more so excited to get on to the next game, so I won't take this too long. You guys, grab a snack. We'll be right back after this break. Boo! I bet I scared you, didn't I? I'm just kidding. Welcome back, everybody. I'm excited. I always say welcome back, but I want to welcome you back because we're all family here at the end of the day. But overall, family is going to battle it out. That sounds very terrible. But two teams are, of course, going to battle it out to try to at least maybe make it 3-0. Maybe make it 2-1. We're gonna have to see, but the standings here are going to be coming up. Who are we going to see, and what are we looking at here? Thibble.
This is fun. Okay, so we see our top 7 are 2-0s, right? We've got our Nixel and our Vancouver Titans blue. We love that for them. We have Dart Monkeys, Timeless Ethereal, like some older names from past Calling All Heroes events that we knew were going to come into this really, really strong. Timeless Ethereal 2-0'd Unironic. By the way, that was one I saw on Twitter during the break that I was pretty impressed by, because Unironic, they had a great showing to start, but I think that kind of shows like what our top 8 are really showing up like. Obligatory Team Yippee shout out. Twitch has been going crazy about Team Yippee, so good for them. Wisp Luminaria as well, a recent introduction into the Calling All Heroes scene. Their signing was only announced, I believe, yesterday, because I wrote that tweet. That was me. And then we've got the team showing up here for our next match. We have Bumblebees currently sitting in 3rd, though I think that whole first 7 are kind of equal here, going up against Whiplash, who we did just see in that 1-1 column over on the other side. And then here on the back half of the 27 teams, we have a few more 1-1s. Altiora Summit managed to pull out a win after their initial loss to Unironic. Marmoris Goji Gang equalizing at 1-1. Infected Kittens, Toki Pilots, Pretty in Power, all rounding out that middle line out of the first 2 rounds. And then towards the end, we have all our 0-2s. I won't harp on that. It's still not too late for those teams. Like, whatever, man. It's the first day. Do as best you can. Just talk this out. Have some fun with it. Make sure you're learning as you go from these first few matches on our first day of the Radiant Heroes Major.
Yeah, I do want to ask, though, I mean, what are your opinions per se? Because Whiplash, obviously, I wouldn't say a 1-1 really carries much weight against this, current matchup that we're seeing right now, but running off of a 2-0 streak, you're coming into this, if you're Bumblebees, you're really wanting to make a good impression. You want to keep that streak going, and not only that, but you obviously just, like, earn that streak for a reason. So, I guess looking at, number 1, I love how they're both animals, and number 2, looking at the matchup ahead of us, what are you expecting?
I'm expecting both of these logos to be adorable, because they are.
Yeah, they are cute.
Like you said, right? Like, to start 2-0 is a statement unto itself, but it is not an absolute. Whiplash could very easily be, starting up a hot streak here, where suddenly they're like, "Oh, we got it. We shake off the rust, and suddenly we're cracking in there," And this roster in and of itself is nothing to shake a stick at, right? All of their SRs that I'm looking at here on the team sheet, pretty good. We're looking at rank 15, rank 19, rank 50, 35. Like, these guys are up there consistently grinding it out on the ladder, like fighting to make this opportunity work, to maximize the amount of the miles they can get out of a run through the Radiant Heroes Major. And this team strikes me as a team that has a lot to prove, right? There are a few names here that I know, and there are a few names here that I don't. So I'm excited to see a team like this make its run, because this could be the start of a roster that we down the line know very well, that we expect a certain degree of performance from, but they got to get started somewhere, right? And then on the other side, you've got the Bumblebees. This roster, I mean, like we said, they're 2-0 to start their tournament run. This roster has some names I know for sure, especially including Aramori, prominent content creator, Overwatch personality, generally super cool person. Hey, dude. And then the rest of this team as well has this consistency and mechanical skill that has been shining through even in our first couple rounds of this tournament, right? To show up at a clean 2-0, to sit currently in our top 3, maybe, if that is actually like ordered in terms of like how close their maps were or things to that effect. That says something. So for Bumblebees, like, you want to keep that like top 3 sort of standing. You want to quickly dispatch of this upstart Whiplash team and show that you are above all that middle of the pack stuff. Starting 3-0 is where you start to have that pull away, and start
Yeah.
to striate yourself in the upper echelons and all the other fancy words I could pull out for that. They want to win. They want to win this real bad because that is a statement. Your first day going 3-0, that's pretty good.
Yeah. As well as the fact that not only is it your first day going 3-0, but you make a statement to everybody watching saying, hey, looking at last year, looking at the performance of the individuals, whatnot, we've come together even stronger. We've made a team that we know can really push through. And for you guys who are used to taking that first place spot, watch out. And I think Bumblebees is here to make that happen. Or maybe Whiplash is going to quite literally give some whiplash over to Bumblebees. That's something that we could also see. So it really is a big insurity, of just not knowing what's going to happen.
Yeah, and actually looking, because we still have a little time here, looking at all of the previous like teams and tournaments that both of these rosters have been a part of, you have multiple Calling All Heroes champions here, right? You have Mari over on Whiplash's side. I believe that's how it's pronounced. The pronunciation literally just says dealer's choice there, so dealer's going to choose. You have players that are consistently placing top 4 in A-Sides and Spring Series last year. You have top Open Division players. You have Altura Trailblazers winners, Collegiate Championship winners, Will English Invitational, top 3 Calling All Heroes last year. Like, some huge pedigrees across both of these rosters. I almost didn't realize, really, that the core of Bumblebees is quite strong. Top 3 Calling All Heroes, quarterfinal eliminations in last year's Collegiate Championships. Like, there are some medals on a few necks across these rosters that actually gets me super hyped. We talked about our last match being some big names and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And these teams aren't necessarily familiar to me in their current forms, but their achievements are, and that's exciting.
I do want to say, though, I want to look at a fun fact because I feel like we haven't looked at some fun facts. So I guess the one that I'll do one from Bumblebee, one of my favorites. It's actually a substitute. So KJ or Shesty, I skipped my 8th grade formal to play Fortnite. That was a big favorite of mine. That's
a fun one. I think if I was an 8th grader when Fortnite was around, I probably would have done that. Here, I'll find one. Let's see. We have a pro Gundam Evolution player with over $16.5 thousand in prize earnings. That's Mari again. Shout out to that. For par, it literally just says "chillin', bruh," which I love. I am a rainbow trout. That is Z Panther. These are fun. Like, when we say fun facts, they really do make them fun.
Yeah.
Though they are not necessarily always facts. Because, you might feel like the whole rainbow trout thing is you. You ain't about that life.
You ain't about that life.
You aren't swimming in rivers or wherever trout go. My friend who likes fish is not here to correct me on fish facts, but yeah. Multiple failed attempts at finishing culinary school. These are gosh. Great. We love that for you.
Did you read the second half of that?
I did. I wasn't going to put that one out there. You're more than welcome to finish off that fun fact.
All right. Well, I mean, listen, it's a fun fact.
Hey, they wrote it out on the sheet. What we do with it after that, I guess, is our business.
I guess is our business. Yeah. Apparently, I feel like this is a joke, right? $39,000 in debt. So I really need to win this. Honestly, I give it to them.
It totally could be a joke, but at the same time, it could totally not be a joke. Yeah, I very nearly went to culinary school, and the main thing that stopped me from going is that it's not cheap.
No, but they can cook me a good meal. I mean,
right? Yeah, like I did learn. I know how to cook at least, but I wasn't about to spend apparently $39,000 on going to school for it. So
I
yeah,
just
mean,
watched like cooking shows and then get my skill from that.
Yeah. We stand Claire Saffitz in this house. We love her to death. Yeah, so I mean, I guess Whiplash really want this. That $5,000 split amongst the team will really put a small chip in that $39,000. So get in there, Whiplash. I'm rooting for you. Y'all need this for sure. Man, we are starting up on Oasis. I guess we should talk about map and the series of the games that are being played. We haven't seen this one yet. I like that we're doing a different control map each game. I feel like Oasis, like all control maps, we could say this about literally any of them. Each different submap gives you such a different look. We talked about that with Lijiang Control Center. It's very true of Nepal or Busan or anywhere you go.
Yeah.
Oasis has space for aerial compositions, the Farah and the Echo that we've been seeing a little bit of already, but also has space for those brawly, divey, in your face, bouncing around flank sort of styles that we've seen from a lot of teams today. So get started on a good one, man. I'm ready for a banger in this last series.
And a banger we shall get. I have a bit of sympathy for Whiplash based off the culinary school story. So looking at this matchup, I'm kind of like, man, that 5K would really serve them well.
Yeah.
But then again, really having a fight for that spot, which I feel like they can. I feel like here in this particular moment, as we start to, really pick up this Oasis, man, I'm more so just intrigued to see how these two teams are going to play against each other. Because Bumblebee, I mean, they have a really stacked roster.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, looking at that little, the previous achievements tab, right? Both of these teams, so much experience, right? Like we said, we maybe haven't seen these cores together in quite this form, but we have seen these players achieve some great things in Overwatch within the past, year and a half, 2 years. So these teams kind of coalescing here in the major is what the Calling All Heroes circuit is about, right? Form your super team. Put together the best talent you can, find your friends, find people that you trust to put on a good show, and get out there. Because this, even now, first day, still establishing that baseline, still don't know a meta, still don't know every team's comfort picks just yet. We haven't had that level of analysis. And this is a great opportunity for these teams, not to necessarily spoon feed us all that info, but to show us what they can do, what they're capable of, how they fight through adverse conditions or tough opponents. That's the kind of stuff you need early on in a major. Set yourself up, show what you can do, show the world why we should care. That's what this is all about, and I love to see that.
Caring. Sharing is caring.
It is.
Sharing the dub. No, but maybe that's just how this should end. It's just the dub shared.
Excuse us as we vamp, folks.
Yeah. I love vamping hours.
It's fun. It's fun to just sit here. You're all on the Thibble and Gompers podcast, or Gompers and Thibble maybe sounds a little better. Yeah, we're just going to sit here. I don't know. I'll pull up a random Wikipedia article here in a couple minutes if we don't get going. No, I won't actually.
Can you read me some, Lucio or Mercy lore?
I bet, actually, I bet there's some out there. I'll look into that if we're going to kind of keep the flyovers going.
Yeah, I want to hear some lore. I want to hear.
Yeah, there's so much. There's so much out there. Man, yeah, I'm a big history buff, and I've followed Overwatch since alpha tests, basically in 2015. So yeah, you pick up a thing or two. I have a box of Lucios in my closet, I think.
Oh, really?
It may be in storage.
They're
quite
jealous.
Stale, I'm sure. I had a buddy at BlizzCon who bought 5 or 6 boxes and would just stand behind the camera at the World Cup and pour Lucios all over himself. That was a fun one. That's a fun guy.
You got me like looking online now, looking to buy this
See
myself.
if you can find some. Yeah, I mean, we're supposedly having like real deal live BlizzCon this year, so that's a new chance to throw Lucio O's all over yourself if that's what you're into.
Okay.
But to save you all from our ramblings, I believe we are actually getting into game. Finally, it took us a little bit. You know, you got to get the lobbies in. You got to make sure everybody's ready. All that jazz. You're starting on City Center, which I like quite a lot. Very open air, lots of flanky bits. The whole center point being like a hiding spot makes it just so fun and dynamic. Tracers and wrecking balls thrive on this point. You see some crazy stalls and flips just because of how quickly you can get back to point on the right heroes. So excited to see what these teams can do, looking at some early compositions.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if occasionally we see a wrecking ball down in those last seconds to stall for time, but you know, right now it does seem like we're seeing some Winston, and this doesn't surprise me, to be quite frank with you. I feel like, you know, with the Winston coming out, this is one of the biggest plays they can do. Get a bit more radius with their shots, see how much damage they can apply for. But as we started off, it's really just going to be that burst fight. Whoever gets this really gets a very, very big boost up towards that lead.
And this is so different compositionally, right? Mirror, Tracer, Sombra, Dive. Like we're in Apex all of a sudden. Par getting the early kill onto Jam. Immediately trading that.
Yeah, big trade. Already Avery making some numbers here with a Winston. I said I liked it, and you can see kind of why. All right, with everything working up towards this moment. But yeah, Chisato moving backwards, not getting enough heals as the healers, the support are down. So not a lot of coverage there.
And actually first capture for Whiplash, right? A bit back and forth, a bit of an extended, like, yakety sax chase down of the fight, which is really what you get on City Center. The immediate hack coming through there. Par is on it, and Chisato goes down.
Yeah, again, I really do enjoy the Sombra. I feel like if you can play the Sombra tactically enough and you understand how to really hit that back line, like in this moment right now, Par watching up above, trying to gather that information without any extra notice. Getting notice right now. Trying to get a hack through. Maybe they can fight for something, but you're looking at it at that moment. The damage that comes down. Able to at least, you know, assist with Mori, but Mori down on the point, having to back themselves off, and again, the Winston fight commences.
So back and forth here still. Whiplash just holding, right? Like, you don't need to go on the crazy chases. You don't need to worry too much about farming for picks. Unless there's an early one like that available. You just need to make sure you stick to the point and don't give up space. Bumblebees, though, they're building up some ults, right? You have an EMP coming online, which will be mirrored by Par. Chisato has the pulse bomb as well, you know, mirrored on both sides there at the same time. So it's going to be that individual performance that makes a difference in this fight. Lots of cues to be pressed, but how much mileage do you get out?
Oh, big mileage here for Mini, though. Already coming down towards that back line. This is big. Mini backing off. And it's about that timing, right? You're looking at Whiplash. You see that 80% start to hit. This is the last fight needed for Bumblebees to get themselves up there, but Whiplash are just too strong. You're looking at the dynamic going on here, and it is immense. Right now, popping off as it seems, getting angry. And Mari trying to fight for the last couple of seconds to make sure nobody gets themselves down onto that point. The contest starting to happen, but still nothing. The OT, no coverage from Bumblebees, and a possible dub to come through from Whiplash, but time is still of the essence here. You're seeing the teleport come back down, although the sleep is big. I mean, look at what are the chances that you're able to hit something like that?
I mean, with enough practice, it all becomes muscle memory, and these Anos have played the game clearly long enough to know how that goes. Some last-minute attempts there to stagger from Bumblebees, but as you saw, pretty soundly put to bed by Whiplash in that first round, and a great start for them, right? That was pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, overall making some numbers. I mean, I thought it was going to be somewhat closer, relatively closer if anything, but man, Whiplash were really applying that pressure early. It felt like they were just, I guess, better hands-on with a Winston pick.
Yeah, that Tracer Sombra dive is so different than anything we've seen. I almost wonder if Bumblebees weren't quite like, you maybe know, like they came out with it, they knew that that was the comp to play, but maybe not as practiced on it, perhaps. Par was getting so much value on that Sombra, like the Winston was getting some major work done, and now we see another mirror, actually, more of what we've seen before, this Ramatra Hanzo May. This very brawly, cleave forward sort of zoning composition that got so much value in our last few series. The closest thing to a meta I think we could currently call it.
Yeah, looking for the new meta. I mean, it really just seemed like Ramatra coming into this one. Poor. Again, bringing out the Hanzo. Liking what I'm seeing right now, though. The group's starting to push up here. Bumblebees and Ice Boop coming through for Whiplash. And again, really just gaining their composure. They always win that first fight. What is going on? Jono is just doing them dirty, and it hurts.
Yeah, that's a rough one. That's one you don't want in your low lights montage for sure. Just getting Goomba Stomp and bullied in a corner by Lucio is a rite of passage for a lot of Overwatch players. So there you go. Take your lumps. Sorry, bud. Whiplash again, establishing some solid control here, building up towards some ultimates, though it's relatively even across the board. Avery actually with a notable lead on the Annihilation there. But the backline for Whiplash has had so much time to heal up and build towards his ultimates. That's going to be big. Style gets part.
Yeah, Bumblebees, they really, I mean, need to fight for something right now. You see that first fight come through. This is the second one coming down. They lose this one again. They're going to give Whiplash that opportunity to really keep things on lockdown, but the pressure is too much. And now we're able to see that sound barrier come through. I mean, what are the chances? Already looking at the Dragon Strike to come down, pushing these players back. Mori, I mean, just sticking onto it. This was what Bumblebees needed. The Dragon Strike to come through. Tons and tons of push from the Ramatra. And, I mean, look where we ended up.
Yeah, and look at the ultimates used as well, right? So Bumblebees commit the Annihilation, they commit the Dragon Strike, but they don't need to use a sound barrier like Whiplash did, and that gives them a notable support advantage, support ult advantage, I should say. The only caveat, of course, is that you're 60 or 50% plus 90% right now. You need to make that stretch as best you can. Dragon Strike coming out on par, trying to kind of zone some people off. Doesn't quite.
Gonna try to allow themselves something big here. Nice off of Chisato. Honestly, getting a lot of freeze-offs here, but the biggest thing is that there isn't a lot of assistance. You keep yourselves down on lockdown, though. Chisato handles it. A nice 3-piece to come down.
Yeah, I mean, great follow-up from Bumblebees, and unfortunately Whiplash not really able to like step in and take advantage of their own blizzard coming out from Mini. The threat was just too great, and then ultimately a few people got frozen in the counter blizzard, and therefore just weren't able to like make anything happen with that ultimate. So now Whiplash, you have not much in the bank coming online. Bumblebee is still with point control with a Dragon Strike coming online soon, crossing 60%. That's what you need. You need Par to just suddenly win a 1v1. And then get saved by the Lucio. Jono coming through and taking down Jam.
Yeah.
Love to see.
Yeah, again, though, I mean, the immense amount of damage. This time, Bumblebees, though, making a difference. You see that 75% start to come through the capture. But finally there for Whiplash. Now we're bringing things back. Bumblebee, they need to fight for this last fight. This is it. To be completely vague with you, if they lose out on this one, this might be that factor that allows Whiplash to run away with this.
Yeah, we're looking towards last fight territory. Yeah, we are crossing 87%. It is pretty much there. The Dragon Strike comes through. That's a good bit of damage on Jono, forced to just kind of back off before getting shot too much. E-Man with the window here. Let's see how they use it.
They're using it well. Yeah, Meeman, man. I mean, being the only one, but still getting that damage through. I mean, I really have to give them that credit right now. The headshots aren't hitting, and neither are the heals. They leave themselves in an open area, having to fight for some of this control, but Whiplash, they are downed, and the fight is there. The 99%, the possible OT to bring things to an ever-breaking, heartbreaking loss, quite possibly for Whiplash.
okay, Whiplash just need to take a breath here. They have ultimates, right? They have the Dragon Strike ready to go. Here it comes. The Sound Barrier not far behind. The Blizzard not far behind that. They have the tools, but they need to use them all perfectly.
Yeah, Barrier Orb here, leaving Jono confident. And I honestly like the aggression that I saw out of Jono before. Able to see just a bit of that right now. But the OT, we talked about it. There is potential here. Mini pushing in and getting that objective down, walling it off. And they actually managed to stop this for a second, but the Baptiste coming down onto it. Aura Mori is no longer, and Bumblebees cannot win the fight. You got that map one coming in for Whiplash.
I mean, a great map for them, right? Control, a lot of people talk about Control as like, well, if the lower seeded team is going to win a map, it's probably going to be Control because Control's so crazy.
Yeah.
But it's still a place where you can put your best foot forward. You can show exactly what you're trying to do with your compositions, with your play styles. And I think Whiplash did a great job of that. Like, they pretty consistently were able to talk through kind of the advantages that they had, the win conditions that they needed. You know, I was talking about that last fight. You've got these 3 ultimates. You have this advantage. You just need to not waste it. And they were very purposeful with their usages in that fight. The Dragon Strike to zone everybody off. The beat immediately just getting big sustain value so Jono could just be the bouncer and just run around. Wasn't worried about sticking with his tank or anything like that. Was literally just booping folks off of the high ground. And I think that sort of thought process is exactly what you need. You need to like keep your head in the chaos and just use all your training and everything you've got. So bravo to Whiplash there. Good start.
Honestly, an impeccable start. It felt like Bumblebees were close off during that second half. But the only issue was, you know, again, Whiplash, the confidence coming into that. And I like how even as playing that support role, we still got to see a different side out of Jono and just the overall Lucio gameplay. I feel like I've gotten enough of that. I feel like I'm really like plentiful of it, and just the confidence going into that. That's exactly what you need to move forward with for Bumblebees. I felt like a lot of the time they were just missing out on those very, very micro opportunities as to where it left them hanging. And you know, they lost out on those fights. I am more so just wanting to see a possible dub come through, because again, we talked about wanting to go to that third map and, you know, taking things a bit further. We haven't got to see that at all today in this day one. And I really want to see something come through for Bumblebees, because it seems like they're there, but they just need a bit of that warm-up.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a lot of projections and conjecture you can make about how teams are approaching a game, what their attitude is, what their mental state is. You know, a lot of people will always speculate when, like, you expect one team to be winning pretty handily and they're not. It's like, oh, they underestimated the other team, or they're boomed, or they're tired, or whatever. I don't think any of that's true. It's our first day of the tournament. You know, like, we're a little early to start getting into they're boomed, they're tired, whatever. I don't think that's true at all. I hope, though, that Bumblebees now, going into King's Row, that they had a good talk about, like, oh, these guys are actually quite good at this. They were actually doing very well in, you know, this comp or this style, or in using this ultimate or whatever. Because King's Row is a great reset opportunity, right? This is that sort of place where, like, even if you have like a bad attack round, you can mount a good defense or things like that. It affords you a lot of opportunities to really take that breath, reassess, move in with newfound confidence. And I think that's really all you need, right? You can't let that first map decide the rest of the series. You have to come in still thinking, that's fine. That map didn't count. Now we're going to 2-0. We'll just finish it out like that. So hopefully Bumblebees still heads up. Keep going. You still got it. You just got to show. So I suppose we'll see. We're heading to King's Row.
Yeah, King's Row. Third time. But we love a little bit of King's Row in this community. So
it's what happens here. It's just what we do.
It's okay. I honestly, I do heavily enjoy it. And I feel like, again, King's Row, it feels like typically what we've seen from King's Row is, you know, sometimes it's honestly very one-sided for what we've seen all day today. It has never been a close fight. As to where...
It can.
Yeah.
Yeah. It definitely can be, right? Like, you see King's Row often enough, and you see every kind of King's Row there can be. You see a King's Row where it goes to extra rounds like 3 times, right? And it's like 10-10 or some crazy nonsense like that. You see King's Row where both teams cannot capture the first tick, you know, where like both defenses are just so good. And you really never know which version you're gonna get. So I guess we just have to see, right? Like, is Whiplash gonna keep this momentum and just completely, I mean, send us home early, right? Give us 3 2-0s and call it a day? Or is this where Bumblebees start to go, okay, no, we want to dig our heels in a bit. King's Row is a great opportunity for us to do that. We're just gonna, you know, go a little crazy with it. You know, maybe hit like a manifesting, an immediate out of spawn Widow headshot. Like we had 1. But what if we had 2? That'd be kind of cool. You can see so many different compositions here. Hanzo, I fully expect to be around. Junkrat is an option. Diva, Ramatra, Winston. Mari has listed Roadhog as one of her favorite heroes. So, like, give me a little Roadhog, you know? He kind of sucks right now, but, like, there's always a chance. Just, come on, like, have some fun with it. Let's see what you can do.
He kind of sucks right now.
It's Roadhog's whole thing. He's either crazy, insanely broken, OP, one-shots are unfair, or he's completely useless. That's it.
Yeah.
That's his whole thing.
That sounds pretty valid. But I actually really like this because we're seeing an Orisa. And I feel like if there is something that I've been wanting to see today that I feel like we haven't, is that Orisa play. Especially coming from Whiplash. That's going to create such big pushback with a possible first pick for Mini. There's going to be such a big opening starting off.
I do hope, I was going to say, come on, settle, figure it out. You got 5 seconds. Whatever the pick is here, I think Whiplash going for an early, like, wacky start would be fun. Does look like we're just getting the Ramatra. Playing a little caster roulette with us. Mini not getting much with that first one. Just going to go for the Mei Hanzo. We're seeing a mirror. We're seeing what we expect here. Maybe this is crystallizing into, like, air quotes, the meta. And for now, I mean, you can hardly blame them. There's so much potential in this composition, and both teams seem very comfortable and very practiced with it.
Yeah. Honestly, it is looking good, too, because it feels like from what we've seen so far, Ramatra definitely being a very, very good pick in terms of just the overall health and, you know, the stance that they have. They can keep themselves alive for a very long time. But Drink taking one down left and right, getting the shots fired, not even missing out. I mean, a headshot already coming down there as well. And Whiplash, they create such a big pushback that Bumblebees, they can't even get past that.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those. And so many of these fights are really down to, like, well, what's that first pick look like, right? There's no mercy on the field. There's only 5 players, not 6. So that first pick is so much more impactful. And if you manage to get, like, a high-flying DPS or one of the key backline players, then so much the better, right? So great openings there for Bumblebees. Just like, hey, we're just going to crack this open early and just get a stop to it. Chisado already with a Blizzard. It's been about a minute 20, but 30% ahead of Mini so far, and happy to use that early.
Yeah, laying it down. Aura Maurice. I mean, they're really not giving anything over to Whiplash. It's honestly quite impossible for them to even push up at this point, especially with the amount of pressure we're seeing. Bumblebees, they might just take this, you know, down to that third map at the pace that they're going, because we got 2 minutes, and they have created such big pressure.
Immediately coming through here from Drunk Monkey style. Mini going down as well. This could be a bit of an opening here for Bumblebees to maintain that strong defense. Unanswered here on the flank.
And this is big, though. Bumblebees getting walled off. Can't even assist. At this point, it's just consistent. Chisado, again, taking that 3-piece down into action. And now moving these players back over towards their spawn side. Whiplash. I mean, this is a different pacing than what I was used to, down on control, but it feels like Hybrid might just be the game mode for Bumblebees.
It just might be, and like we said, King's Row is such a good reset opportunity. It's a map that everyone knows, that everyone's comfortable on, and, you know, these players are suddenly, not suddenly, they're having a good King's Row right now. They are feeling themselves. I cursed them immediately. Chisado goes down. This is a good opening for Whiplash to finally start breaking through with only a minute on the bank.
Barrier. Okay, coming down. but this is just to break some of that shielding. You can see Drink coming down. And now, Part already trying to find themselves down in a situation. Right now, the Hanzo from Bumblebees. Honestly, it's like chasing, like trying to swat down a fly. Like, it's super hard to really compete with that Lucio.
Hey, get down. No. A lot of that. We love that. Even so, though, right? Whiplash finally with an opening, but they don't make anything of it. And now Chisato with this blizzard, right? Like, that's an early down to Mari. You just ice block away. Chisato does get Avery. That's maybe an opening. Chisato unfazed. Hardly even matters to them if Whiplash managed to cap. Or maybe they just let Whiplash take a couple ticks, come in for the recontest, what have you. Tar just trying to kind of hold his own here. He's Drunk Monkey style, out doing Drunk Monkey style things. That is their name, by the way. A long one, but I suppose we appreciate that damage. Timer going down to 0 now. We are in an overtime fight.
Go to the OT Whiplash. Again, walling things off. This is big. Midi actually making big moves here, but unfortunately fighting by themselves. And that is the issue. Whiplash not even allowing their teammates to have an understanding as to what is going on. So you leave yourself out in the open. And the Lucio, Jono, the last hope, now going down. But Whiplash, this time around, they've managed to pull the impossible.
That was a weird one.
Yeah, that was hard.
It's always weird when it's like, oh, they capped. Okay, so that means they won that fight, right? Yeah. But they're all dead, though. How does that work? Ultimately, it means they just spend 10 seconds getting back on the cart. Cart moves along, Drunk Monkey style here, looking for a little cheeky, making sure he's not going to get flanked, but also going for a bit of a flank himself. Mini, though, is the one who's going to open things up, taking down Chisato, who swapped over to that Tracer. A championship player, right? But that doesn't make you immune from the stray little pop-off here on the side.
Yeah, this time Whiplash actually, now that they've gotten out of that choke point and that pressure there from that doorway, they have a lot more room, and it does seem like it has become contagious. They're more confident. They feel better about themselves. Not watching the backline, though. You see Chisato starting to come along down with that Tracer. We have the pulse bomb, so there's a lot of potential here to open things up. Right now is the time, but of course it comes out. Whiplash whipping out some of that, overall ability. Now you're looking at Chisato with a post bomb, getting the one coming down behind, and it's impossible. They're running around like crazy. You can't even find the open opportunity to shoot it down.
Yeah, I mean, we're really breaking into like some true just brawl back and forth sort of fights. Whiplash forced to leave despite the checkerboarding of the kill feed there. Jam with a parting blow onto Me-Man, who was forced to spawn just a little bit later. Chisato swapping back to the May, realizing that, the Tracer's fun for some flank damage, but you really need that wall and the consistency of the Blizzard. On the other side, we got a bit of a wild card here. We got Tar swapping over to the Bastion, immediately dropping one of those remote mines and just flunking away. Interesting pick.
More interesting right now as we see, right, Masha bringing things up just a bit here for Whiplash. And I mean, the pacing has changed completely. The only issue that I'm seeing here, honestly, could potentially be the time fibble.
Yeah, I mean, your time bank is still not great, right?
Yeah.
You have 90 seconds to finish the entire map, which is not the easiest thing in the world. There are plenty of teams who do not finish their attack of King's Row. It's perfectly possible for a hold to happen here. That said, Whiplash, they do have their Blizzard because they weren't doing any Tracer swaps a couple fights ago. Me-Man also coming online with the Ant Matrix as well. Just going to see what sort of value you can get out of that, whether it's zoning or sheer amplification mayhem. Bumblebees on the other side, you have your Annihilation. You've got Drunk Monkey style getting some picks onto that Bastion we were talking so much about.
Yeah, fighting back this time, though. Bumblebees finally finding their pacing. I mean, if they give 1 second more away to Whiplash, they could turn things around in a second, going over towards that other half. With 39 seconds left, this is the last fight, Pibble, standing out. And right now, they really need to win things out, though Drunk Monkey style isn't letting anything pass by.
No, just complete zoning, doing so much damage, or at least the threat of it, but the flanking on a nade is actually huge. The Immortality field does come out, the Annihilation temporarily forestalled. Par's cooking now. Par's got ultimate. Par's got the kills.
Yeah, getting the frags down. Whiplash really putting things together, and the Bastion pick just allows for extra damage to conclude. But falling out of it, Par cannot have enough at this particular moment. But you got that 2-0. Right now, Whiplash just need the one more to finish things off. But it's Mori fighting again to keep this point down in contact, and the payload has reached. They finished it, and that round 1 is theirs.
That's a funny one. I haven't seen that before. Mostly because new Bastion is new, right? I've never seen the panic of, well, I got booped and I probably need to switch, so I need to use this ultimate now. Unfortunately, did not manage to get any of the mortar configuration shots down before falling into the bottomless pit of despair, or whatever that's called. But hey, you still finish that map, right? We were talking when they finished the streets checkpoint. 90 seconds is not a lot. It was enough. It was just enough, in fact. A bit of an overtime push there to get things across the line, but that establishes a win condition for you, right? For series point against a big team. It's 2-0 on the day so far. You just need to hold them before they finish this map.
Right now, for Whiplash, honestly, it was the last couple of seconds. Bumblebees couldn't hold on right where we are right now, looking back at the memories. And that started a revolution. Whiplash, they get a second chance.
Yeah, suddenly you have this opportunity, right? Where like, okay, Bumblebees had a pretty strong attack overall. Or, sorry, a strong defense overall, but you still finish. Now Bumblebees get to attack, and Whiplash has that line drawn in the sand. The knowledge of just how far you need to defend is a boon unto itself. It informs your style of play and where you're going to set up the fights and things like that, because you know exactly how this map makes breaks. So I think this is a great opportunity for Whiplash and for them. I'm sure the pressure is on, like, guys, let's close this out. Let's not let this go to a map 3. That is not what we want. Play smart, throw them off their game, get in there like that. Mini health pack that one. Oh, let's don't make it stop. Get away.
Yeah, they're really trying right now. Par's a bit too far down behind that back line, so there isn't a lot of pressure being created right now, but the damage is immense. Right now, Par's location has been given. They have to play with the team for now, but you're seeing those eliminations come through. I mean, Shizato, before, they were playing such a big part as to how they were consistently able to just take down Whiplash. Right now, it's showing again, and the Mei is just impeccable, continuously applying that pressure. And right now, able to contest, I mean, overall, the point, taking that payload down.
Chisato has, I think, I could say quietly, I don't even know if that's true, has had a damn good King's route. Like, you're consistently seeing her in the kill feed, just hitting the icicles on Mei, the accuracy as well, and the consistency with which she has been hitting those shots cannot be understated, because Mei doesn't have damage fall off, right? Like, she's a cannon. It does not matter where you are. If you're hitting those shots, you are creating a major impact. Plus, of course, just Blizzard as an ultimate, pretty good. So, like, Chisato has really been, like, making the best of all worlds happen for her team. And Bumblebees, you know, look at that time, right? They're working with it.
Oh, they really are. Oh, there's so much going on right now. Everybody has popped everything. And it's, I mean, honestly, playing immaculately so. You're seeing the Baptiste really coincide with the Hanzo, trying to create more of that damage boost. But it seems like everybody going towards lane side, moving themselves upward, trying to get the high ground. But Chisato shuts it down.
Okay, yeah, that felt like a GOATS era fight. Everyone pressed Q, and then nothing happened, and then the Hanzo just got a pick. You know, very emblematic of an older age of era of Overwatch. Bumblebees now just trying to hold in a sustained fight, starting to commit some ultimate annihilation, going towards the backline here. Avery getting some work done, but the Blizzard. Okay.
Avery wasn't even playing the game. They were boxing. Like,
oh, yeah.
They had the melee coming out left and right. Right hook, left hook. And now, I mean, as it stands, Whiplash really trying to fight this back, but you got 3 minutes and 33 seconds here standing for Bumblebees. At this point, if they manage to escort the payload as far as they can, again, potential rises, and the question rises, can Bumblebees, I mean, really just end things off if we manage to go down to that overtime? But Aramori, I mean, at this point, still having an ultimate available, they can utilize this to create some of that damage boost, and this is big for the next fight.
Chisato was so survivable there. Ducking and dodging and diving and all the other stuff they said in the Dodgeball movie. Like, managed to survive long enough to build the ultimate out, completely just broke the ankles of everyone on Whiplash who was trying to kill her. Pulls out that Blizzard at the end to seal the deal, and you've got 420, that was yesterday, in the time bank, which is phenomenal when you're looking at the time bank on the other side where Whiplash were barely able to finish the map. Now Whiplash really need to dig their heels in and burn this time bank, but already they're getting so pressured.
It feels like there was an infinite pool of just ice coming out from Chisato's gun. But now that hit has finally ended at this point. Whiplash, they're pushing and pushing, but can they do what they did before? The last seconds, trying to find at least a miracle to push by with, and they're pushing down towards spawn. They know exactly what they need to do in these moments. For Bumblebees, they need to push.
Yeah, a stay of execution here for Whiplash, right? Finally establishing themselves after kind of sliding on their butts for the last couple minutes in the last few fights, finally managing to set up a position here. You gotta make sure you don't give that away for free. Don't get picked, play smart, keep your movement on point, and commit some ultimates. The Annihilation already coming out, the Blizzard ready to go. Sound barrier not far behind.
Oh, luckily Par actually not put into a situation like that one, could help out, and they did it. I mean, Whiplash, they really ended up getting taken out in a couple seconds.
Yeah, that was a fight where the first half of it, nothing happened, and then the second half, everything happened. But the second half was only 3 seconds long. Now, Bumblebees, you have all these zoning tools. You have the Annihilation, the Doomfist coming out from Mari, just trying to stall, trying to bounce around, immediately locked down by that May, though. The sound barrier coming out from Jono, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Bumblebees looking so good on this.
Oh no, the Tracer battle. It feels impossible to hit a Tracer, especially in these last moments, right? Tensions are high. Right now, the Doomfist brought out to try to push these players back, but there is absolutely no pushback. Whiplash again, playing with the May, going into their cryo freeze, and now ending things off down in that round 2. You have time, you have the power, and you may as well just call it, because, I mean, look at that.
Be careful.
All right, I'm
Caster
jinxing
Curse
it.
is
I'm
still
jinxing it.
active, and we have seen crazier
we have.
holds than this. Let me tell you. My mind goes back to not a King's Row, but actually a 2CP, a Horizon Lunar Colony Runaway versus Kongdu Panthera. Years ago now, at this point, ancient history. But I believe it was like a 5-minute 40 time bank, and that ended up being like a full hold draw. It can happen. However, Bumblebees were looking pretty good towards the end of that round. Looks like they had kind of figured things out, gotten a bit of a download on Whiplash and what they were trying to do and where they were trying to set up and what abilities they were trying to use. Now it comes down to, can you make that mojo work for like one more fight? You have 221. That's enough time. Conventional wisdom is that it takes about a minute to build an ultimate, and you generally want to swap, if you're gonna swap, with at least a minute left. So they have a couple fights here, 30 to 40 second fights, where they can try things out before needing to switch, or perhaps I've already cursed it and they're just gonna immediately walk up and win on the first one. We'll see right now.
I think, honestly, it looks like walk up is, in fact, the option. I'll take the latter, please, is pretty much what they said. But, yeah, I mean, Chisato, listen, we're focusing on Chisato because we know exactly what they're going to pull out with this Ramada. I mean, Ramatra now, the wall comes up, distancing these players, zoning them out as well. Some of that assistance comes through, though. Whiplash, they're playing a different game this time around, right? They have that shield coming up. They're trying to create some of that distance with the Lucio boots. Oh, and the shot is fired. Chisato finding a nasty shot coming through in the air, taking out one of the supports, and now supporting themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, Whiplash, they're just kind of trying to staunch the bleeding here, right? Bumblebee's also happy to take their time, build up some ultimates, find exactly the right moment to deploy them, and here they go. Mori just saying, let's go, hitting the button. Jam immediately following up on that, taking that car. Everyone's staying alive thanks to that amplified healing. Immortality kill comes out just in case. And Annihilation from Mark. Can't get anything back.
It feels like a continuous battle. Right now, Mei versus Mei, just trying to freeze things up a bit, push those walls further, to push these players back further as well. But luckily enough, we're seeing some ultimates come through. The Dragon Strike to clear it out, and the wall to keep it together. We have a victory from Bumblebees, and they managed to bring out the best.
I think it's been a long time since I've seen a point capped where 3 of the 5 people on it were all frozen.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was Chisato's world, and Whiplash were really just living in it. You know, like sure you get one last blizzard out, but with no follow up and no time before that capture. I think Bumblebees did exactly what we figured they needed to do. Right? You got to show up right there. You got to dig your heels in and say, no, dude, we are not going to get 2-0'd after having such a tremendous start to our tournament run. Like, we are going to make this, we're at least going to go out swinging, right? And that's where we're going. We're going to the land of swings, map 3.
The map 3. This is what we were waiting for. This is what we were asking for. And I'm excited for the map 3. We finally get to see a different mode as well, which, you know, gives kind of that refreshing flavor that we haven't gotten to see yet.
Yeah, we're not, this is a for sure not King's Row. Guaranteed statistically not to be King's Row.
Yes.
We've only ever had one Overwatch match where the same map was played twice. So it's not going to be today. Yay. We don't quite know what our third map is going to be just yet, I believe, but we're getting there. And yeah, like you said, right, we haven't seen what's coming up just yet. This is a new one. This is a new chance for both of these teams. Like, it is basically a best of one now, right? The slate is clean. Just start fresh. And I hope, you know, Whiplash, right, having such a strong start there and then stumbling a bit on King's Row, just like we were saying with Bumblebees at the start of that map, I hope Whiplash just takes that breath and is like, that's fine. That's fine. It's a clean slate. We just need to win this map and we're good. Because I think having such a strong start like that, you should still have that confidence. Like, we still did have a phenomenal start to this series. We still can finish this series in as strong a fashion, but then you got Bumblebees on the other side who for sure want to, like, okay, we've got momentum, let's push, let's not let up. This is come on, no more of this like silly business. Let's just clean this up and go our 3-0.
Yeah, it was honestly, I'm not gonna lie, a bit of a surprise, but you know, I was expecting a fight from Bumblebees. It really didn't feel like Control was gonna be that push that I felt like I was going to see, but luckily enough, we did get a different flavor. Now we're looking at that 1-1 scoreline. That third map, again, really has me intrigued. And like you said, statistically, it cannot be King's Row. That is accurate. And that is amazing because we get to see, again, something different, which, you know, I mean, could really either make or break Bumblebees again. Because, you know, we saw how different they played on, you know, on Control. And it quite possibly could be one of those situations.
Yeah, I mean, we in our last interview even, right? The meta, you know, we're seeing a lot of that like Ramatra brawly mirror, but the meta is also very map dependent right now. We did not see any Ramatra on at least the first section of Oasis, right? And we're getting into Rialto. Rialto is one of my favorite maps. It is also one of those like big open sight lines, fun for snipers, fun for your aerialists, things like that. There is some space to still run those brawly sort of compositions. Like Ramatra would still do fine here, but if you want to kind of mix it up, now is maybe the time on a map like this. Maybe not for the whole map, right? Like maybe you just kind of throw something out on the first couple fights, or when you need to switch things up at a new control point or things like that. But yeah, like you said, Rialto this is such a fresh opportunity for both teams in a game mode that plays very differently, to your controls and even to your hybrids. It is largely similar, but still the topography of these maps allows for so much flexibility.
Yeah, I actually do kind of want to see some time. You know, Hanzo's been taking up that spot pretty generously with just those consistent things coming through. But with Rialto, again, you know, we talk about push and pull, but this is exactly what this game mode is, right? Just consistent fights coming down. If you lose one, I mean, you give yourself a couple meters to move up, and I feel like overall this could go very, very quickly or be one of the longest games that we've had so far.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, Escort traditionally has been, like, there's a reason they have a leaderboard in the Overwatch League of fastest completions on Escort maps. Because, kind of like Push, I guess, if you start winning a few fights in a row, you get very snowbally very fast.
Yes.
You build up that ultimate percentage. The other team is always respawning, always running back and trying to establish whatever foothold they can, you know, deny a point capture or things of that nature. And if you do it right, I mean, teams have finished Rialto in like 2 minutes, 90 seconds, something like that. Insane time things, right? But then sometimes you have matches where both teams are doing it. And both teams finish the map 2 or 3 times. And then you go, so how does this get decided? Like, it really starts getting very nitty-gritty, very brass tacks, very fast. And then on the whole other end of that, we've literally seen, I think it was Dorado actually, like Washington versus London or something like that, tapping into my databases here. I'm pretty sure the Justice were held to like a meter on Dorado one time. Like, literally stuck in spawn the entire map, which sucks. That's pretty bad, right? That feels pretty bad. So hopefully we don't get either end of that very wide spectrum. Hopefully we get something nice and comfy in the middle. But there's the chance. That was my point. There is always the chance that you get some major shenanigans on an Escort map.
I'm wondering, you know, in terms of what we're looking at here, obviously I could just list off a couple heroes that I'm hoping to see, but more so, you know, again, I feel like there has been a very frequent thing that we've been looking at in terms of what could the meta look like here for calling all heroes, and it does feel like it is, you know, a bit of that Hanzo that we're looking at consistently. I do believe we haven't seen a lot of Ramatra come through pretty much almost every single game, but in your eyes, what are we looking at composition wise?
So, like I said, I don't think just more Ramatra, more of that whole composition would be unheard of. I wouldn't be surprised if both teams were like, that's just what we feel is best right now. We're going to keep running that regardless of the map. Totally possible. However, you could, if you wanted to, swap things up in some pretty major ways. I think Hanzo right now has been too ubiquitous really to swap, but you could go double sniper, maybe pull out like a Sojourner or a Widowmaker or something like that to add a little oomph on these long, big sightlines. You could also get like a Pharah or an Echo, and maybe even a Mercy to support that. You have these huge skyboxes that you can do so much with. There's plenty of cover for you. Like, that is a solid idea. It's just a matter of, is that going to do enough damage to justify not having like a Mei or something like that? Because that's probably what the trade would be. Do you have a Mei or do you have like an Echo or a Pharah? So we'll kind of see how the teams feel. I'm sure they're talking about it right now as we continue our fly through and continue our vamping. But I think both teams, you know, have looked at this. Like, just because it's the third map in the series doesn't mean that they haven't been practicing the heck out of it. I'm sure they've done plenty of work on Escort and have plans as to, okay, to start, we're going to do this. If they run this, we're going to have this counter in mind. Like, all of that, like rock, paper, scissors, is very prevalent at this level in Overwatch. So I'm excited to see, like, do they kind of go with the strategy that we saw in our last series where it's like, what do we feel like right now? Or is it a more set in stone, like, no, dude, this is what we play here? And we are about to find out, or at least begin formulating that picture in about 12 seconds.
Putting the picture in our heads. I'm ready. I'm waiting. I'm eager to see what's going to happen here. 2 seconds in. All right, the Zen pick. And I mean, you talked about it, right? The distance there could allow for some sniper action.
Yeah, that's a very interesting composition for Bumblebees. We'll see. Yeah, Drunk Monkey style is still sticking with that Hanzo, not thinking about a swap. So this is a composition that enjoys like, hey, we're going to set up on the high ground. We're going to kind of stay back and just kind of poke, and you're going to have to come to us, sort of thing. With the Diva and the Tracer playing bouncer, really like going for some dives, but also definitely having to focus on some peel for some otherwise pretty immobile heroes in the other three. Whiplash also looking to be going the same route here, kind of like we see in like Circuit Royale. Like you see that long range, take advantage of the sightlines backline, and this Widow coming out from Par is only going to get a couple shots there. Does get that nice headshot on the big Diva head box. 13%, and is actually sticking with this pick. I think this is fine. This is not unexpected for a map like Rialto.
Yeah, if they continue to land their shots, they might just be able to, load up an ultimate or two, try to get a bit more value and coverage as well, so the shots can land a bit more accurately. But right now, I mean, the biggest importance, right, is getting that opening pick off of Par. They know the On is sitting up top, possibly taking out some of these heals here, but missing some of the shots, and this is big.
Yeah, I mean, John Madden analysis here. If you're playing Widow, you need to be hitting some shots, right? Getting some tank damage here is great, and you're building up your ultimate, and you're applying that pressure on the front line. But yeah, you want those squishies in the back, right? That's what you're here to do. And man, Drunk Monkey Style is actually keeping Par pretty honest, keeping her on the back foot here. The cart does manage to get towards that corner, but it is not getting much else. Some picks really need to open this up for what is essentially a pretty pick-heavy composition.
Getting heavy with it right now again. I really do like the Zen pick. I feel like it creates so much unsurety of, should I be peeking this? Is this a position that I really do want to take? And you got to start to think to yourself, like right now, right, Whiplash, you got Arya a bit too afraid to really push things up further to make those advancements.
Yeah, like you really want to try and find any advantages you can here, right? Whiplash looking for any sort of bit as Par now on that Sombra. Going for, heading around for a cheeky flank I see over there in the X-ray. The anti-nade immediately getting eaten, and the Dragon too, just holding that down. The Nano Boost does come through. Jam gets the John on this move.
It's just never ending right now. But as far as it goes, I think Whiplash, really are testifying pretty well against everything going on. The only issue is that I'm not seeing, again, a lot of stuff going on. It's a lot of those individual fights. Arya trying to fight towards that backline, push these players back as well, but nobody there for assistance. And, biggest thing is now you got that cooldown waiting for Arya. You got to recollect.
Yeah, the regroup here is definitely the play, right? You need to not just kind of stagger in or try and trickle in on different flanks or make something happen by yourself. This is a composition that generally enjoys that sort of individual play, but you really need to stick together to get any value out of it and hopefully not get picked by the Hanzo on the way. That pulse block gets nothing, and Arya forced back to spawn.
Trying to find a little bit more than what they have been promised so far, but Bumblebees, again, continuously playing that defensive role, and it seems like what they're best at is keeping that hold on lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, right now, like this is you're pleased as punch if you're Bumblebees right now, right? You're getting your picks, you're keeping the Sombra honest. That's not the first time Par has been caught out and forced to translocate early. You have some ultimates online, you have that Transcendence in case things get a little squirrely, or if Mari throws out that Diva Bomb early. And Whiplash, like you're building towards a couple tools, but you don't have a ton. And Avery getting He-Man here means that your backline is already truncated with 20 seconds in the bank.
We do have at least, some of the ultimates coming through for Bumblebee. So, for this last fight, they can actually keep things nicely intact. You see Oramori finally pulling out the heals. Yeah, nobody's going down just yet. 1 second left, and it's over. And they don't have a lot of distance to go off of right now for that payload.
Nope. Something tells me this is not going to be one of those Rialtos where both teams finish the map 2 or 3 times. Because that was a hold and a half. That was pretty good. 62.96. Now the win condition for Bumblebees to finish this series out 2-1 and maintain their 3-0 on the day. And I mean, that was pretty comprehensive from their defense, right? Like I was saying, you were keeping par very honest on that Sombra. After the Widow already did not get a ton of value just off of Bumblebee's positioning alone. You're hitting your shots when you need to be, Drunk Monkey style, doing Drunk Monkey style things. Chisato still being incredibly consistent with Avery kind of playing bouncer, standing in the midfield doing what divas do. This composition is a great look for them, honestly. It favors that, like, we've been together for a bit, we have that sort of synergy and communication down pat, and we know how this comp plays. This feels like a very practiced composition for them. And you love to see that. You love a team just kind of running on all cylinders and playing their best when they need to, because it's clutch time right now. You really got to stick it out.
Okay. I'm liking the strats here. Just chilling. I mean, as players start to come by, that insta-heal. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, but timer going down. Now you got Aria really trying to work things around, which is in itself going to be big. But I feel like here from Whiplash, one of the major things that I didn't get to see is that potential from Aria coming down on the Tracer. So I'm going to need to see a little bit more. Maybe, I mean, that pressure towards that backline could help, but no backline left to be seen, especially as the Tracer on Tracer Presser starts to come along. Chisato goes down. This is big for Aria. Creates, I mean, somewhat of an opening here.
Yeah, Jono perhaps interfering with the honorable 1v1, but I don't think Arya is going to complain too much. Nice little melee finish onto Chisato, forced back to spawn as we get 40 seconds into the attack round for Aramori. Sorry, for Bumblebees. Aramori is the person I was going to talk about next. It's not... Jeez. Still looking towards that Kitsune Rush. The one difference in compositions here, because we do not have a Zen on that side. Chisato getting the early pick onto the Zen on the other side, and the Hanzo, and Avery finishing up that backline.
Yeah, Chisato's, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, quite literally lasering these players down. But look at this. You're already a couple inches away from the point where you need to be. And right now, I mean, the Diva, you could see Mori really trying to push for things and keep things intact. But then again, just losing out on the opportunity. There was Whiplash really trying for potential here with the Tracer. But again, just couldn't push for anything, and it ended up being those 1v1s taken consistently to the point where it just allowed, I mean, Bumblebees to take it.
Yeah, I mean, you really only need like one or two good fight wins for a distance that short, right? And you saw Whiplash try and kind of push up and have an early fight just to try and stall for time, just to try and create some distance or some sort of foothold that they could establish themselves at. And Bumblebees just kind of said, nah, dude, it's fine. We fight over there, actually, right next to where the win condition box is. So we're gonna go that way. And also, we killed all of you like 2 or 3 times. So just a clean finish, right? Like just Bumblebees going, okay, that's it. Like just do that and we get to go home. Can we all just agree to do that? And they all said, yeah, sounds good. And you just run them over, right? Like that took all of a minute because you just step up right away. You just grab one.
Bumblebees. It was super quick. And again, kind of leading back to the beginning, this can either be super quick or the longest game that we've had so far. And it was one way. I didn't curse it. It was not me. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
That was probably me. I think I'll take ownership on that. And I was like, sometimes these matches go real long. It didn't. I'm sorry.
It didn't.
I mean, I'm not sorry to Bumblebees. They probably feel pretty good about that. They probably, if they had heard me going, oh, sometimes these go real long, they would probably all tell me to shut up. So like, they're probably feeling pretty good about this. You lose that early map and then you go, nope. We're not that team. We're not those guys. We are going to bring this back. We are going to go 3-0 on the day. Whiplash looking at the other end, 1 and 2. It's not as bad as it could be, but you've got some ground to cover now.
Yeah, I mean, it really isn't. I think, honestly, I would say that I'm pretty happy with the way things went. Overall, man, Bumblebees really came back. They came firing. They came shooting their fists. It really it just created such a different energy, and it shifted. That's where Bumblebees, they weren't feeling it, but they kept that mental high, and they really stuck it out in these last couple of seconds. But I mean, I really do have to say GG's to Bumblebees, and a nice try to Whiplash for really pulling strong. I do want to say really, really quickly, though, before we go to our interview, there are some, if you're looking for some shirts, if you're looking for some merchandising, we got something cool here. If you're enjoying the Radiant Heroes Major, you can support Radiant and all of their initiatives by buying some sweet merch at radiant.store. You can see it in the lower right-hand corner. So, yeah, I mean, every dollar goes towards funding more Radiant events. And, I mean, look at this one. Pretty exciting. Let's get more.
Yeah, I am pro more of this. And Radiant does so much work across a variety of esports and even outside of competition. There are initiatives and resources that they provide to the esports community as a whole that are insanely invaluable, irreplaceable. There are very few organizations kind of doing what Radiant is doing right now, like supporting Calling All Heroes and providing the resources for production and for us casters to do our thing and for the observers and everybody else that's involved in making anything you ever watch Overwatch esports work. So we like that stuff. I hope you guys like that stuff. And if you guys like that stuff, maybe go buy a t-shirt, because that's how this stuff keeps happening, is you buying t-shirts and like watching and supporting and being kind and all that other stuff. But also buy a t-shirt.
Buy a t-shirt. You heard it here first.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, overall, we do have an interview pending. We're going to be able to talk to somebody from Bumblebees. So sit tight. We'll be back very, very soon. All right, I'm excited for the interview. I know you are as well. Thibble, who are we talking to today?
We are speaking with none other than esteemed, well-known Overwatch content creator, Aramori_OW. How's it going?
Hi, it's going well.
Good to see you. Congrats on the win. Congrats on the 3-0 on the day. How's that felt? Like, how did like prep go and like making first contact, so to speak, getting into games? Like, what's been the team's vibe so far?
Yeah, so just like the nature of this tournament, just because it's so small, like everybody kind of knows each other. So, we knew our our warm up team going in, and we thought, oh, maybe we're gonna have to play against the team we warmed up against, and then we actually scrimmed the team that we just played, last night. So it was just like with just like such like a small tight knit community, and everybody just knowing each other. It's been really fun to get to play against your friends and like see friendly faces and get to beat them up on broadcast. So that's been the journey so far. But yeah, being 3-0, it feels good. I'm insanely proud of my team.
All right. I'm just curious, for Bumblebees, how did the team come together? Was it, kind of just seeking out good players, or, a friendship that really just flourished into a team?
Yeah, so we actually have a really amazing manager, Elijah, and he's been, working so hard on this team for months, putting it together. This has been something like right after the previous Calling All Heroes ended. It was like, okay, now, we've had these rankings. We know who's good. We watch them play. And, he put together a bunch of tryouts. And here we are now. Yeah, so I've only really worked with Jam before previously on a team. Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, I feel like, obviously, like you said, this has been a team months in the making, and we've had plenty of off season to go through and kind of formulate that. But, the shuffle hits everyone at this level. How has it been kind of like picking up, like air quotes, this new team, and like everyone kind of learning and getting to know one another? Like, have there been any like fun stories or events around like you guys coming together as a unit?
Well, definitely getting to know everyone has been, super fun. HK is a bit of a troll. I don't know if you saw, but on Twitter, there's a clip going around where she TP'd our whole team off the map on Oasis. But yeah, it's
Every
been a
team
fun
needs one of those.
experience. Yeah, of course, like to keep the mood, elevated for sure. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been a really good time, and I'm really glad I get to work with and have met, my teammates.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Well, you're the nicest person ever. Can I just say you kind of just light up a room. But overall, Aramori, before we end things off really quickly, I was just wondering if you had any thanks to give or anything you really wanted to say to the audience. Please, the stage is yours.
Yeah, just keep cheering on my team. The bumblebees fly like a butterfly, sting like a bumblebee. And thank you so much, my team, for being amazing and sticking with me.
Awesome.
Right on.
Thank you so much. Okay. She sounded so it sounded so polite. So I am incredibly happy with the way that things went. Overall, Thibble, it's super nice to be able to talk to the team again. I know I say it every single time, but it really leaves a big smile on my face to hear that not only is the community so friendly, but everybody is a good friend of everybody, and it's never a competition. It really is just a fun time. So that really does warm my heart.
Yeah, like she said, and like we've heard probably a couple times over the course of the day and on Twitter and things like that, this community is pretty small. This is a sub-community of a fandom, that in and of itself is not like insanely huge just yet. So everyone knows each other. Everybody, we're a very small town vibe here. It's almost, I think the esports comparison would be like the fighting game community, right? Like everyone in Smash knows each other. And I feel like in Calling All Heroes, that vibe is very much the same. So, like Aramori was saying, it's a lot of like, okay, we're going to scrim a team one day and we might be playing them tomorrow. Who knows, really? So it's good to see that with all of that kind of like force proximity, close contact, that at least on the surface, at least, here in interviews and on Twitter, as far as we can see and things like that, everyone's keeping it civil and having fun and being wholesome. Like you said, like it's a competition, but everyone is here to have a good time, have some fun with it, make their mark as best they can, and just be wholesome. Like that's so nice. We don't get that in a lot of places these days, especially in esports. So
Yeah. Well,
even so.
Before we end off the day, I do want to take a look at the standings really quick to see who are those teams that managed to take that 3-0. And does it really surprise me? Absolutely not. Looking at the performance we saw from Bumblebees, not to mention, listen, I know Dart Monkeys, they are insane. And coming into this, I mean, the top 3 players here very well deserve their spot.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, some key matchups here. Timeless Ethereal took down Wisp Luminaria 2-0. Have yet to lose a map on the day. I believe Dart Monkeys are about the same. Bumblebees, obviously, they did just drop that one map, but I actually don't know their previous map scores for their other 2 games. You have a lot of 2-1s here. The 2-0s that you see, there are actually a couple matches still ongoing. So Nixel Academy, Starry Knights, and I believe 2 other teams are still going to show only 2 matches played. Just for now, I'm sure you'll see updates for that on Twitter very soon. Beyond that, we have a variety of 2-1 teams here, some pretty strong ones. And we get down to the lower section here, which again, hey, it's not over yet, man. Like, you're looking for top 16. So you probably, for these 1 and 2s and 0 and 3s, you definitely cannot afford too many more mistakes, if any. Like your 0 and 3s here, your Toki teams, you kind of need to be perfect on day 2 to start clawing your way back towards top 16. But that is not impossible. We have seen some teams have some rough starts and pull their way back. They just know their work's cut out for them. In the 1 and 2s here, you've got your Altiora Summits, your Lava Lilies, your Toki Pilots, your Altiora Atlases. I'm very interested actually to see those 4 teams. Oh, and Infected Kittens, excuse me. I'm excited to see those 1s and 2s start to maybe bring things back on day 2. Like, tomorrow is where they need to have done some homework and some major review on their losses and seeing, like, where's the consistencies in our struggle right now? What do we need to be doing to kind of turn that around? Because I think they definitely can. And I'm excited to see, in the next day or 2 of competition, what they can do.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to what these players can do tomorrow as well. And, if we want to be well familiarized with what's going on tomorrow, let's take a look at that really quick as we move forward, of course, to our day 2. We're going to be able to see, obviously, that Swiss round to come down. Now, that honestly has me a bit excited because not only do we have, a new set of casters, which are really, by the way, incredibly talented as well, we also get to see the continuation of what these players and teams have to offer.
Yeah, this is just another chance for teams to show up and give us everything they've got. And for some of them, their last chance, right? Like, you need to leave it all out on the line. So, Swiss rounds 4 through 7. They're starting an hour earlier tomorrow, so be here at 4 p.m. sharp, wherever you're watching it from. After that, we're going to have our top 16. We get into that bracket on Sunday. As mentioned, we have some amazing casters coming down the line right now. We've got Door, we've got Moxie, we've got Lemon Kiwi, like, all immensely respectable, crazy talented, super cool casters. And the whole crew, that you guys don't see, they're behind the curtain right now, but they're going to be back too. They're going to be doing their thing, bringing on you all the action as best they can. So, yeah, guys, it's been a great first day. It's been great to be on the mic and sitting here chatting with y'all and vamping during our long lobby reset times. But yeah, I mean, keep supporting this, guys. This is what it's all about. This is the special sauce that makes Overwatch what it is. So we appreciate you.
We honestly, we really do. And thank you guys so much for, sitting with us and enjoying the action with us as well. You as a community are the reason why we do things like this, especially, overall just for marginalized genders and gender identities and, being able to give that representation and hopefully make a greater change. So I wanted to thank you, Thibble, for joining me on the desk, as well as production for making this stream happen. And thank you for having me, as I troll a lot, but, it was a fun time, and it honestly, I would do it again 100%, which I will, if you guys will see me on day 3 later on.
Yeah,
but
tune back in on Sunday. I won't be here, but Gompers will. So yeah,
I'll be here again. If you guys want to see more of, no, I'm kidding. We're looking at the players. The players are the most important part. But overall, thank you guys again so much for joining us, and we will, in fact, see you guys tomorrow.